Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Hi, welcome to Barnard College. I am really grateful to all of you for being here today, spending your Sunday with us. Before I begin, I want to acknowledge that we are on the traditional lands of the Lenape people, and I want to honor their continued stewardship of this place. My name is Leslie Raucher. I'm the Director of Sustainability here at Barnard. In my role, I work at the intersections of climate action and community care. Barnard has set an ambitious path forward, a commitment to achieve net zero emissions and a climate action vision that centers not only carbon, but also equity, resilience, and well-being. Our vision recognizes that addressing climate change isn't only about reducing numbers on a spreadsheet. It's about reimagining how our campus and community operate so that we're supporting each other and the world around us. What do I mean by this? Much of my day-to-day work involves systems and infrastructure, policies, buildings, and data. Just last month, as New York City's first round of reporting for local laws 88 and 97 were due, I spent weeks walking every inch of this campus with engineers, documenting every light bulb, every mechanical system, to create a decarbonization plan for every single building. But next month, my focus will look really different. I'll be leading a group of first-generation low-income students to Black Rock Forest for a retreat. And together, we'll step away from the city, we'll rest, we'll reconnect to nature and deepen our understanding of the different types of landscapes that this planet has to offer us. We will pause and we will listen and we will compare the sounds of New York City to those of the mountains. These two experiences, data-driven building audits and immersive student retreats, they may seem worlds apart, but they're equally vital to the work of sustainability, because at heart, the work is about people and it's about justice. This is why today's summit matters so deeply. Climate change is not a distant problem, it is here, and the impacts are uneven and unjust. But the solutions are here as well. The leadership, innovation, and lived expertise within the BIPOC communities are essential to the future we are trying to build, not just here at Barnard, but everywhere. My hope for your time here today at Barnard is that today we create space where each of you learns something, shares something, is inspired by something, and meet the people here that will help you move your work forward. Barnard's net zero commitment is one piece of that larger movement, and it will only be successful if it is rooted in justice and collaboration with the communities that it touches. I want to thank Isatis and Leo and the Columbia Climate School and all of our wonderful partners for bringing us all together. I want to thank Barnard's events, community safety, AV, and facilities team for making sure we had this place to come to. I want to thank our student volunteers, and I also want to thank my coordinator, Emma Holtzman, for all of their fantastic work putting this event together. And I want to thank you for bringing your voices, your energy, and your vision to this summit. Together, we have the power to shape a future that is sustainable, equitable, and just. So before we can get started, I do want to introduce Felicia from HBCU Green Fund. And again, thank you for joining us, and let's get started.
Okay, so thank you, Leslie, right? A round for Leslie. So, on behalf of HBCU Green Fund, welcome to the 5th Annual BIPOC Climate Justice Summit, also known as the ISATI Show. So I want to open today by thanking all of you for being present, and all the BIPOC folks, stand up. BIPOC in the house. Oh, look at that. Look at. Wait a minute. But wait. Don't sit down. Don't sit down. Because who are you other people? Y'all might as well get up, because you'd be shocked to know you have a color. I'm just saying, don't ever write yourself out of a good script, right? So thank you. So I wanted to open by just setting the context of why we ever did this. So I said, this is the 5th. 5 years ago, where's our satis? We had it going on. We had an administration, we were doing Justice 40 and a mule, and lots of amazing, great things were happening. And fast forward, we organized ourselves, we connected with Columbia. Thank you, Columbia. Thank you, Barnard. Thank you, Clap It Up. So we were looking at, and Jackie, who's going to be with me in a minute, we thought about what does it really mean to center justice, right? And then what did we mean by saying BIPOC? And the main thing that we wanted to elevate is the fact that we're all connected, right? That there's an intersectionality that goes beyond race, ethnicity, etc., gender. So we wanted to bring that to the front at a very important moment. And if we think back, the last administration was coming in, we were all really excited. So now here we are. That's all I have to say on that. So it's just to say, as important as that moment was, this is it. This is the moment. And while we have lots of challenges in front of us, the beautiful thing is, not only is this the moment, we're the ones. So I'm like, how good is that? And you do clap it up, because you're going to need that clap it up energy to get through this. So I want to thank you for showing up, and I want to express my deep and humble appreciation for the work that I know you're going to do. I am heartened, I'm encouraged by the work that I know you're going to do. So we're going to get this thing done. It's a whole new day. And with that, I'm going to bring on my younger male version of me, sort of. Abdul December. So he's ride or die, although I'm having to teach him what that means. Yes, so Donors of Color Network partnered with HBCU Green Fund, and then thanks to our Satis, also with Columbia, and now with Barnard, and the story continues. But we wouldn't be here without the energy and effort that Abdul Dasunmu has put in from Donors of Color Network. So thank you.
Good morning, everybody. So I feel like I'm on cloud 9 because you all heard it. It's on record. It's on tape. I'm the younger version of Felicia Davis? I mean, that means a lot to me. So give me a round of applause. It is my great honor to welcome you all here today to our BIPOC Climate Justice Summit. The theme is Power Shift. But in order to have a power shift, we need, no pun intended, an energy shift. We need an energy shift in terms of how we think about our power. We need an energy shift in terms of how we think about our agency as individuals, as communities, as movements. We need an energy shift in terms of how we think about the possibilities even of this moment that is so fraught with challenge. And so I want to challenge us today to think about this as a space where we develop that energy shift for a power shift. I'm here on behalf of the Donors of Color Network, and I want to acknowledge our Interim Executive Director, Sharon Chin. Give it up. I think we have a couple other DOCN members in the room. Wave your hands, or your hand, hello. We are a movement of people of color with wealth who have come together to build power behind racial justice movements. What we know is this, that they that fund shape, they that fund control. And one of the challenges in the climate movement thus far is that movements led by and serving BIPOC communities have historically been underfunded and under-resourced, right? We know that I'm preaching to the choir in many ways. And so the work of the Donors of Color Network, not only on climate but on other issues, is to say that we have resources within our communities that we can and should be mobilizing in support of movements led by people of color. And so a few years ago, our network launched the Climate Funders Justice Pledge, which I'm honored to lead. We challenged institutional philanthropy, which we found was giving only about 1.3% of all climate philanthropy to BIPOC-led organizations and movements, right? 1.3%. We challenged them. We said that has to change if we want to win on climate. And over the course of 4 years, I'm proud to say that we issued a pledge. We had 36 major funders take that pledge, and they have moved $135 million. You're not impressed. $135 million to BIPOC-led and serving organizations. But there's so much more work to do, and we are committed to being part of that work. And so today you're going to hear from some funders, along with movement leaders, along with academic leaders, to help us have a larger conversation about how we can catalyze each other's efforts to move this work forward. And with that, I am honored. You're going to hear a little bit more from me, so just settle in. I'll be your MC for the day. But with that, I'm honored to welcome Willie Williams from give it up for Willie Williams from Columbia Climate School, who will come and bring us a welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Oh, y'all get to do a little better than that. Good morning, everybody. How y'all doing? All right, one more round for our partners. Everybody's bringing us together, our hosts, right? So, happy Sunday and happy Climate Week. Yeah? This is always a special time of year. Folks from around the world come together right here in New York to focus on the defining issue of our time. Climate change. So I know we often hear this defining issue. We hear it a lot. But when we're talking about the health of our planet, the future of our communities, and the struggle for sustainability that touches every corner of our society, we mean it. This matters. Right now, right here. At Columbia and here at Barnard, you're all doing something powerful. You're using this week as more than just a chance to talk. It's an opportunity to say something. You're convening leaders from government, from industry, making policy, who are funders, and you're bringing them all together. And what you're saying is, let's do this work together. That's what this summit, this Climate Justice Summit, is all about, shifting power, building the climate future we deserve. And I want to thank you for being a part of it. As mentioned and introduced, I am Willie Williams, Assistant Dean of Inclusive Excellence at the Climate School. And it's my great pleasure to welcome you all to today's summit. You're going to hear bold ideas today, fresh approaches to climate action, real impact from faculty, students, and partners across the community. Now, none of this happened by accident. So, along with everyone you see when you came in through here, who's helping to make this whole thing possible, who's doing the work, let me take a moment to also thank the Environmental and Climate Justice at Columbia Project for their vision with this summit. And let's give a special shout out to Asatis Centron Rodriguez. Also in the background somewhere, Brother Leo Mocha Diaz, right? Who, along with many others, took this vision and turned it into reality. Without their hard work, today's not really possible. So, a little bit more about ECJ, the Environmental and Climate Justice Project. They have a clear mission to build a platform, a space where people can learn about environmental and climate justice efforts at Columbia, in New York City, and beyond. A place where you can connect, find resources, and build something new with Columbia standing beside you as a true partner. Now, ECJ's also got some big goals, and I want to mention two of them. Right? First, lay the groundwork for a dedicated space at Columbia. A hub, an incubator, a lab for interdisciplinary work that we know is necessary to meet this moment. The second is to make us all more responsive, more accountable, not just to abstract ideas, but to the real, urgent demands of our times. To reach these goals, ECJ has outlined some SMART priorities, one of which is to make sure that students and community members remain involved, empowered, and supported every step of the way. This takes work. And there's a big question driving all this work. It's a question everybody and every institution may be asking. How do we become a trusted partner in our communities? How do we ensure our research, our teaching, our engagement are actually meeting the needs, the real needs of our neighbors and our community? Well, since its founding in 2023, Environmental and Climate Justice Project has brought together numerous people, faculty, students, staff, researchers, and administrators across various schools and affiliates. They've strived to create an interdisciplinary meeting space, a community, to support and catalyze needed research, education, public service, and practice in environmental and climate justice. That's no small thing. That's a commitment. And today's summit is another example of a commitment, of what happens when you bring people together across disciplines, across backgrounds, a shared purpose, to address a defining issue, to address the real needs of our world. So, as we kick off today's program, we dive into this important conversation on the shifting and strategizing required to deliver climate justice. I want to thank you again for being here, for doing the work, for believing that when we come together with integrity and purpose, we can meet even the greatest challenges of our time. So with that, it is my pleasure to introduce Mrs. Asatis Centron Rodriguez to guide us through the rest of the day.
All right, we're getting ready for the first panel, but we're not there yet. So thank you everyone for coming out today. It's a Sunday, but we're kicking off Climate Week strong with our communities at the front lines. We're in a time of paradox, and communities who have long demanded justice finally saw doors open up and promises of investment recognitions, and participation. Yet, as those commitments were coming in, we felt like the rug pulled out of our feet. My name is Sati Cintron. I am part of the Climate School as a postdoc, but I'm also the director of the ACE Observatory. So we want to highlight today that this is not only a moment of broken promises, it's also a moment to reflect on the deeper contradictions of our era. We know more than ever what justice requires, and yet institutions are retreating from it. We hear that community expertise matters, while decisions are still made behind closed doors. We hear that climate action is urgent, while resources and protections meant for resilience are stalled or reversed. In the ACE Observatory, this is why we focus on governance, transparency, human rights, and climate reparations. Governance because communities deserve a seat at the table, transparency because promises are broken and we need accountability for it, human rights because every struggle can be intertwined, right? We cannot have climate justice without human rights, and reparations because for so long our futures have been stolen. So today, as we open up this space, we invite you to reflect on what it means to stand firm on that paradox. And to acknowledge the setback, yet to insist that communities hold the wisdom, the authority, and the rights to shape our collective future. Because the power we need will not be given. We need to reclaim it. We want to thank also our partners that makes this event possible, the Climate School, Cultural Power, and the Center for Earth Ethics, and Lower Manhattan Council. So thank you so much, and with that, I pass it back to Abdul, so he can take us on the flow of the event for the day. Thank you.
Okay, are you ready to get started? I said, are you ready to get started? Okay, let's get started. No more preliminaries. All the preliminaries are done. We're getting into the heart of the matter. And to start, we believe that power comes from the front lines, that imagination, strategy, vision comes from the front lines. And so our first panel is going to focus on the front lines. We're going to bring the leaders who are driving the work on the ground in our communities to the table. And I am thrilled to welcome as our moderator, Felicia Davis, who you all know, who will come up shortly and introduce our panelists for that session. And then for session 2, Knowledge Shift. We're here at Barnard. We have a lot of academic partners. We know that all too often, the way we think about knowledge, the way we think about the climate crisis is extractive, that we don't value often the wisdom, the collective wisdom of communities that are living in the climate crisis and are doing the work. And so our second session is going to focus on a reimagination of how we think about the knowledge and the wisdom that we need in order to move forward. And then we're going to break for lunch. And by that time, you're going to be ready for lunch. So we're going to stop there, and let's bring on our first 2 sessions, beginning with Felicia Davis, who is our moderator for the Power Shift panel. Please welcome her.
Denise knows what to do. She was walking toward the stage because y'all know I'm a little different. I understand they have medication for it now. But so if Jackie, Denise, and Janine would join me on the stage, we're having to make up a little bit of time. And so I'm going to do a dive right in. And you're going to get to know these ladies by their responses, right? And I can probably sit down even though I do, you know. Okay, sit down. Does that work? Yes. So, we are in a moment, right? We are in a moment, and I think everybody has a feeling about the moment we're in. What I'd like is for each of you to introduce yourselves within the context of this moment, sharing what you think this audience needs to know from you. So we're going to open up going there, and then we're going to chew on that elephant. So I'm going to start with Jackie. Everyone saw my great relief when the great Jackie Patterson arrived. Dear, dear friend, we go way, way back. And so I think you can do a good job of bringing us in the room.
Thank you so much. First of all, this was not in the prompts. So, thank you. And as an introvert, I will say that this is a major assault on my... So my name is Jackie Patterson, and I would say in some ways, introducing myself in the moment as feeling like public enemy number one as a Black woman in America, or maybe number 2 or 3, but definitely in the top 5. So as we think of this moment, the work that we do at the Chisholm Legacy Project is at the intersection of race, gender, and climate justice. And so when the elections happened and some of the announcements were made around what was going to happen and what the focus of this administration was, people were like, wow, are you going to try to scrub your website? And we're like, okay, well, we would have to take the entire website down. Like, it would have like 1 or 2 words like the and of, you know, but nothing there would be a favor to this administration. And so the work that we are doing is around Black liberation and just transition, connecting with our comrades and allies and so forth, really trying to advance a world that recognizes that contrary to the scarcity model, contrary to this replacement theory, that there is enough to go around if we lean into regeneration and biomimicry in this earth, and if we recognize that we are better together as a society. So that's the word that we're trying to put forward, and that's the work that we're trying to put forward in terms of helping communities to develop regenerative economies, helping to make sure that there's a policy landscape that supports regenerative economies. So that's what I would say in the moment, and I will in a minute snatch my phone back with my notes. But thank you.
Okay, so next.
Okay. Yeah, this was in the prompts. Before this moment, during this moment, after this moment, long after this moment, I mean, I will always be, first and foremost, an Indigenous woman, an Indigenous mother. And by virtue of that, I've always been a rabble-rouser, always been labeled as some variation of a domestic terrorist, always been labeled as a radical, and all these things we've learned and have adopted to hold the line for what it is that we are fighting and the world we are fighting for. Because a lot of these labels and a lot of the threats that come to them, to land defenders, water defenders, and to organizations like ours, Indian Collective, as a result of championing that vision, is something that, you know, we're used to. This moment's not really new to us. It may feel like it's new to a lot of people because of the overwhelming, just stream of threats and challenges that have been thrown at our communities. And it may feel like, we're taking several steps back from many battles that we have won as movements working for climate justice, working to advance alternative solutions and meaningful and effective solutions to climate change, among the many other things that we have been fighting for our communities. But the reality is that when you take a longer lens, which as an Indigenous person we always do, to look at how and why we have gotten to this place and where the challenges have been, this has always been the pattern when it comes to fighting colonization and the legacy of colonialism. It's always been the pattern because we have not yet gotten to the root of the conditions and the things that have created these conditions. And so I feel like in this moment, our organization, as much as it's impacted us, like the material, like threats, challenge, drying up of resources that this has created, we know it's more important than ever to continue to hold that line and to continue to not compromise, and the things that we are fighting for to not be gaslighted into thinking that what we are fighting for is wrong, and to ensure that as we are fighting, we're pulling and bringing along our communities with us and all the people who are now waking up because this now impacts them. And I think that, you know, to me, that's just the nature of being who we are, survivors, right? Whether, like all the people who have been systemically oppressed and impacted by systems of colonization and systemic violence, like because of the spectrum of our identities. Like this is who we are. Like we have what we need to meet this moment, and we have to stay grounded in those identities and those values that connect us and that require us and call to us right now to be uncompromising in what we are fighting for.
Yes. Yes. And Denise, I can't run over and snatch your notes, so.
What's that?
I can't snatch your notes away.
Oh, I'm not going to use notes for this part. This part is, yeah. So my story is a story of taking land. My great-grandmother, Gregoria Miranda, she was born in 1870s, which was about 10 years after slavery was abolished in Puerto Rico. And she was a wild woman. And it took me about 10 years to read this book called Women Who Run with the Wolves by Clarissa Pinkola Estes. Has anybody's, heard of it? She raised 6 daughters during World War I by herself. And I come from a long line of women who have faced impossible odds, and not just they win, they survive, they thrive. And so for me, I recently rematriated to Puerto Rico to kind of recover some of what had been lost when my family land was taken. And for me, the work that I do, I've spent 30 years working with grassroots leaders. My best teachers were people who worked in communities. I think about Teresa Cancel, who is a woman who got relocated from Puerto Rico to Springfield, Massachusetts. And she started an organizing group of all of the families that had been moved from Puerto Rico to Springfield. And they were organized based on what residential hotel they were living in. So it was like, hi, I'm Teresa from the Red Roof Inn. And you're so-and-so from the Comfort Inn. And they were staying there and living there for 9 months. And Teresa Cancel was the kind of person who says, we've been here for 9 months. Why hasn't Elizabeth Warren come and shown her face with us? And I was thinking to myself, well, she's kind of a big deal, but Teresa demanded it. And so we took 100 people from Springfield, Massachusetts to Washington, D.C., and spent a day with Elizabeth Warren, sued FEMA. So it's like from my grandmother to myself, I went to Harvard as an undergrad, and I got very, very familiar with what real wealth looks like. Can anyone relate here? Okay, so I knew in my spirit that there was something, that place was not made for me, and that that was not what I wanted in my life. So on my graduation day, I thought about my great-grandmother and my grandmother, and from that day till this point, I've been working in the fight, in the streets with people like my abuela, my dad who pitched pennies in the South Bronx in the 40s, and probably people like you. And so I just invite you to, if anyone in the room has a wild woman in your ancestry, could you just can we give them some love? Can we give these wild women some love? And these wild women some love.
Wild women. So this panel is kind of voices from the front line, right? And Denise started with bringing forward, those voices. I think it's important, Jackie, I'm familiar with some of your work. I'm definitely familiar with some of the indigenous land work. So what story do you bring forward? So in a moment that really articulates the struggle that frontline communities are faced with, that goes a little bit beyond the policy considerations of a particular administration. So, we're sitting in a space. So, Jackie.
Thank you. Okay, good. So I was saying recently that it feels like the front line has shifted. There was a front line, you think of frontline communities, fence line communities that are next to polluting facilities or so forth. But for so many of us now, the front line is just our sheer existence and identity that puts us in the crosshairs of folks in this administration. People can just walk down the street and be surrounded by people pretending to be joggers and then just snatched up and disappeared. That kind of thing is like a completely new reality and a complete shifting of what the front line is. I became, even though I don't myself live next to a toxic facility and so forth, but my work put me in a front line in a different way when I testified at a House Judiciary Committee hearing on corporate regulatory capture, and afterwards these entities came after me. Like during the hearing, there was a lot of kind of odd questioning, like, we see that you spoke at a Yale University event on racial capitalism. Are you for bringing down the American state? And so, I'm like, let's here to talk about pollution. Like, what are you talking? And so, and then they printed an article about me. House Dems bring racially charged activists to testify. And again, I was there to talk about corporate regulatory capture. And so for them, that was enough of an attack on what they stood for, to then set these people after me, and I ended up having to sell my house and so forth. And so and now I live in a place that's like Fort Knox, and because and I, in the first kind of months of where I lived, I slept on a couch so that I could watch the door. Like, that's how the situation evolved. I can give you many stories, but so just speaking out, just standing for basic human rights, just standing for what we believe in, and again, just existing now puts us on the front lines. And so, and I can tell I was just in St. James Parish in Louisiana and listening to folks in Cancer Alley talking about their challenges around the oil and gas industry and the pollution, talked about people they buried, talked about being sick themselves. People stood up and said that they had missed chemo to come to this meeting to tell their story. And I also, in facilitating a panel the next day, I did some research on where things had come since Katrina in terms of lessons learned and policies implemented and things that have been won. And I was struck by how there were thousands of permits that had been granted for oil and gas build out since then. So it just literally, in spite of this extreme lesson Hurricane Katrina taught us, we not only didn't learn the lesson and apply the lesson, we actually surged forward in terms of continuing with this oil and gas proliferation. So each of those stories really pointed out just how far we have to go. So those are just a few illustrative stories that I would put forward. Thank you.
I think we can go down the line.
Yeah, I'm trying to think about this because I feel like we're carrying all our stories of survival going forward. You know, like I do feel what you're saying about like the feeling of like the shift of where the front line actually is. I don't know if any of you guys watch K-pop Demon Hunters, but like I'm definitely showing like I'm a mom, right? Oh well, that's my excuse for like I'm the one plugging it. My daughter would probably be like, "This is so cringe," but I'm like, the hum moon has been broken. Like that's what we've been feeling, you know. Like there has been this like energetic shift that I will acknowledge because like it is astounding that we are living in a time where we are witnessing and seeing the live streaming of a genocide go on. It is astounding that we are living in a time where we are normalizing right now consumption of new technology tools and AI technology without addressing some of the fundamental questions about our consumption of these things. Which is an important question to ask because that is the driver. This manufactured demand for these for these things that we've been taught to consume is the driver for the energy infrastructure, the power infrastructure, the policy decisions domestically and internationally that are at the root of many of the things that we are fighting. And so I do see that shift. And so I think the story that we carry forward in this is, again, like being uncompromising and that land back is a solution. Land back into indigenous hands. Black reparations is a necessary action and commitment that needs to be made to create the conditions and the pathways to truly develop a multiracial democracy. You know, as you were telling the story of Katrina, like I was thinking about like, and then like, you know, the kidnappings, the like legalized kidnappings and abductions of people, the racial profiling that is at the core of that, that's happening now. I was having images of Standing Rock and having my relatives, people I love and care about, youth, elders, unarmed people, being confronted with attack dogs from private security, being confronted with National Guards, militarized police, and all of the violence that they were met with just for daring to protect water and creating a prayer camp in protection of that water. And just how that was under Obama. That was under Obama. And we have not seen any, all we've seen is an acceleration and expansion of the use of militarized police, militarized forces, National Guard against more and more people all across the cities here. And so like, when I think about that and think about what that means for all of us and what we are fighting, like I see this opportunity in this moment for us to like recognize what we have always said, we are all relations. We are all related and interconnected. We are not free unless all of us are free. We cannot accept that this shock factor, these tactics. We cannot accept the way that it's meant to desensitize us and overwhelm us and put us in survival mode in a way where we're acting only for our own benefit. Because that's a tactic of colonization. And like we know the manufactured consumption and the manufactured scarcity and the manufactured fear are the tools of those in power meant to keep us from remembering that we have more power. And we have an ability to completely flip that paradigm when we refuse to let those tactics divide us, isolate us, and pit us against each other. And I think that for like the Indigenous rights movement, like what we have been trying to say and why we've been fighting so hard to combat the invisibilization of our peoples, our issues, and our histories is because we know what it's like to fight these overwhelming conditions all at once, all at the same time. And we have been fighting these institutions and these systems of power that have intended to wipe us from this earth. And we are still here, and that survival is not accidental, it's instructive. And we can, and we do have the tools to combat what we have now.
Just to build on what you're talking about, I think one of the things that we need to think about is, what do we need to thrive? Because so often, right, the opponents or the opponent is trying to make sure that we are just in survival mode, surrender. I wrote a book that's called Thriving in the Fight, a survival manual for Latinas on the front lines of change. And it really talks about what do we need in order to lead. And so when you ask, what's a non-negotiable? For me, the non-negotiable is center the voice of Black women, center the voice of Indigenous women, center the voice of BIPOC women, give them what they need, give them more than what they ask for, because usually when they're asking, they're not asking for enough. What we need is to give them enough to thrive. Full stop. And right now with philanthropy, I run the Fund to Build Grassroots Power, which is a movement accountable intermediary fund. And what that basically means is I help raise money so that we can distribute money. And everything that I'm doing in how I lead this organization and this fund is about trying to counter 4 systems that are all lined up to keep us in this current arrangement. White supremacy, capitalism, ooh, yeah, I said it. Capitalism, patriarchy, and Christian imperialism, which is all about colonization. And so when I think of what I want this fund to be now and many years into the future, I want to do the exact opposite of what empire does. And so instead of capitalism, we're focusing on care. Instead of patriarchy, matriarchy. Instead of Christian imperialism and colonization, which I know a thing or two about living in Puerto Rico, we're really looking at indigeneity and sacred reciprocity. And finally, white supremacy. The opposite, in my mind, to white supremacy is deep democracy. And so our fund is, we use trust-based philanthropy. 95% of the money that we give out is in general support money. It's multiple years. We believe that people in movements know what they need. We do not have to tell them what they need. They know. They're the experts. We are not. That is what we need to be thinking about. Because right now, it's really easy to get into full crouch defense mode. But I know, because of being a Puerto Rican woman means that I have through my blood flows Black genius, indigenous wisdom, and also the blood of the colonizer. And in order for us to actually get where we want to go, we have to think 7 generations. My great-grandmother was 6 generations ago. And what does it take for you, Jacqueline, and Marissa, what do you need to thrive? And not only what do you need to thrive, but what do the leaders that you're working with in communities need to thrive? That's how we have to think, even though we're in full defense mode.
Thank you. So, being one of those warrior women, my defense is a good offense. And I think in this moment, there are some clear opportunities. As a Black woman, there are a lot of things that we've said over time that people kind of thought, oh, you're exaggerating, you're obsessing, you know, you're PMSing, whatever. And now, some more people are having those experiences. And for a moment, we were kind of, you know, okay, let me put my feet up and pop some popcorn. But it's gotten more and more serious. And so Black women, we're not, you know, women of color, women generally, we don't sit on the sidelines. But there's some real opportunities in the moment because I don't know what kind of denial one would have not to see certain things in the moment. So given what's on the horizon, and the choices are now stark, I've never seen a clearer this or that. So how do we go forward as we close out this session? 10 minutes? Oh, shoot, let me relax back. I had to save that one. But how do we move forward, seeing the moment perhaps as an opportunity? Because some of the things that we tried to point out, people, they were thinly veiled. They were behind nice words or more attractive men generally, but the subtext, and we've always known we can't decarbonize if we don't decolonize. So how do we lean into that?
Yeah, so thank you. In December of last year, I wrote this article called How Did You Find Us? And it was based on our organizers going on communities after we had mapped communities that we had determined to have all these different factors that put folks on the front lines of injustice. And when the organizers would appear in those communities, the first question that people would ask would be, how did you find us? And one community member, when they asked that question, they then promptly broke into tears and were like, we've been out here struggling and suffering, and it felt like no one even knew that we existed. And these are communities, whether it's been Ford or Carter or Reagan or Obama or Biden, or like literally their lives have been untouched by who's been in administration. And so for us, our mission has been to ensure, in the words of Shirley Chisholm, that if people don't have a seat at the table, bring a folding chair. We've been endeavoring to be the folding chair for these communities to have a seat at the table, and also for them to build local self-reliance for themselves and self-determination for themselves. So when they come to that table, they have a sense of agency. And so, as our co-panelists have said, like the real strength of our communities and the culture and the traditions. I was just speaking about the Nguzo Saba, the 7 principles that really embody the principles of African heritage. So when we're talking about collective work and responsibility, cooperative economics, purpose, faith, these are all the center of our culture and heritage. And when we've been building around this to build local self-reliance, then people are beginning to see that thriving, are beginning to experience that joy that comes from feeling like the life isn't something that just happens to them, that they actually have agency in their lives. And then with that becomes the sense of more motivation to then collect translocally with other movements to build power, to have that broader systems change. And so this is where we find our purpose is really to help those communities to find agency, and then connect with our comrades across BIPOC, the people in the global majority, and otherwise to actually build towards a regenerative economy, a solidarity economy that recognizes that it's only as we come together that we start to see that thriving that we can all have, that there's no kind of inverse relationship between my well-being and someone else's well-being. And in so doing, we see that change. And I'll just end by saying that it's interesting how we had some people who were just as riding strong for Bernie as they were for the person who's in office now, because there was a universal understanding that what we need is to dismantle the system that exists now, that is not really working for anyone except the oligarchs. And so in building those local economies and in demonstrating that we can actually come together and all thrive together, that we can actually build unity towards in terms of the 99%, as opposed to the divisiveness that has been sown by people in the establishment not actually accepting that the system is not something that needs to be tweaked or reformed, that it's a system that needs to be actually dismantled. So, thank you.
Yes. I don't even really know what to add to that. And I'm really fighting not to make another K-pop Demon Hunters reference. Maybe I'll still land there. We'll see. But no, I really want to keep building off, what you're saying and how you beautifully like kept that thread. I know we're tired. I know I'm tired, right? I think about this panel one time when we did a screening on our uranium work, like our work to address the contamination and the legacy of contamination and the health impacts and environmental impacts from uranium mining in my homelands. And this hand was raised in the audience, and it was my son. And he's like, do you ever get tired? How do you keep fighting these fights, right? Because we were just talking about uranium. We weren't talking about all the other things, right? And I was like, aw, that's my son. I was like, I do get tired, baby. I do get tired. But it's important to remember what we're fighting for and not just get lost and overwhelmed by what we're fighting against. And I think that that's where the heart and the power and the all of the beauty of our gifts that we have really, get elevated and magnify, is when we come from that place of what we're fighting for. And I'm fortunate enough to work on an international level, as well as be a local, organize in a local context and be able to make these connections on a national level. And so that does give me a certain perspective and framework that helps guide me in what I do. And from that, one of the beautiful things about Indigenous peoples fighting all over the world and the ways that we have been building bridges and relationships with other colonized peoples, with our Black relatives, with our Afro-descendant communities, is that we're recognizing that not only do we share these conditions of systemic inequality, systemic oppression, and all of the ways that it's impacting our peoples and our loved ones and everything we care about, but we also share a vision of what is the future that we're trying to build together, the future where our elders are taken care of, the future where our children are safe and free and able to grow connected to the world around them, to be able to develop the skills that they need that put them on a pathway to being and developing as a sacred human being on this planet, where they can discover the gifts that they have and the medicines that they carry that's meant to be given to the world in their lives. And the place where we aren't fighting for homes, where everyone has homes, where everyone has access to clean food and healthy and sustainable food, where no one goes hungry. A community, societies where, where everyone has a meaningful work, meaningful purpose. And when we think about what we're fighting for, there's not these conditions or these frameworks on it, right? It's not for a particular race, it's not for a particular locale, it's not for a particular ecosystem even. And I think there's real power in that we need to embrace in this moment, because we are all now facing this very well architected, very well structured campaign to reshape the global economy, to reshape global society in a way where they're trying to bring in this new technocratic view and vision of the future of our world. And that technocratic view and vision does not address many of the systemic inequalities that we are fighting against. It reinforces it. and it makes it worse. And so everything that we do is important in this moment. And we don't need to all change and shift and become organizers. We don't need you all coming to my homeland to help fight for the water. We need you to be where you are and remember, and believe that your life, whatever decisions and choices that you made, has brought you to wherever you are, whatever occupation, whatever field, whatever city that you are in for a reason, and you hold the line there. And you do whatever you can in that space to fight for the future that we all deserve and need. Because there's a way that you can do it. This is how we become ungovernable. This is how we ensure we don't comply with unjust policies and unjust laws and unjust actions. This is how we make sure we stop and we hold off this authoritarianism and the ways that these fascist policies are trying to divide us and put us into survival mode. And this is the way we refuse to let that take our power and fighting for the solutions that we know we deserve, need, and that we are on the cusp. We are on the cusp of realizing. We have everything that we need to protect our water, clean our water, to create renewable energy, to curb our consumption, to live more sustainably, to access the information, the relations, to connect with one another and other communities. Everything, all those tools are there. We just need to use it.
So I'm going to slide in here, because we have all that we need, and yet we have what we have. And a lot of times we allow ourselves to think ourselves kind of the good ones that are going for this, really grand vision that everybody's included. And I don't know about you guys, I tend to exclude the opposition in my vision, right? I'm not bringing them along. This is just my vision, and I told you about the issue that they have the medication for, so I don't know what I do with them in my vision, but it seems to me there's in this particular country, because the rest of the world is moving on, thank God, but in this country, we've got a large swath of people that need to be brought along that apparently have a very different vision. And these people also are on various parts of the front line. So as we close out, knowing that where we started is that Dr. King fabric of mutuality. See, those people are just holes in my fabric, but how do we see moving across those areas? Because I believe in order to get there, everybody mean everybody. We can't put any uncles in the closet. We got to bring everybody. So how do we share and get investment in what we believe is a healthier, more vibrant, collective vision that's going to be very, very different? How do we bring the rest of them along? Unless, like me, they're not in your vision.
I would love to say something about that. So, okay, confession time, y'all. Raise your hand if there is someone in your life who you love dearly. Well, everybody has that. I'm sorry. Who disagrees with you politically. Okay? So this is what I think is so fascinating about our vision, because it's not those people out there. It's people that we have relationships with, people we love, people we don't understand. So what I think is so important is we need to, as people who see the world from a particular point of view, we need to start by asking. We need to start by asking. And the question I'm going to ask you to reflect on, just for like 30 seconds, is, what does thriving look like for you? What does thriving look like for you? And practice asking that question to people that you're in relationship with already. So we're not talking about vast swaths of people who, I mean, yes, we are, but look, we're in New York City, at Barnard College, which, you know, I feel like I've been here before. I have. I was here a long time ago when I was in college visiting a friend named Rosie, who led the Puerto Rican students group here. But yeah, we need to start by asking and, you know, not be quite so intellectually arrogant, and ask people why they see the world from a different point of view, because most of the time I think it's because they're also in pain. And as visionary, wild women, we don't treat people, our intention is not to oppress people who disagree with us. Our intention is to create a society where we all can thrive, because my liberation is bound up with your liberation, is bound up with your liberation. And so I just encourage us to start by asking a little more often at the Thanksgiving table, at the dinner table, in your office, at your wherever you're at. And I'm gonna read.
So we've been given the wrap-up signal,
okay,
and it's dancing around. So
okay.
I've been given a very narrow job here. So I feel I've done it well, and we're going to take a round of applause for these amazing, amazing panelists. Thank you.
Can I say one more thing? One more thing.
So you see, these are warrior women.
I know, right?
It's
We're going to take
panel
time.
ends, and yet we're still going. So yes.
Yeah. One more thing. You asked a very important question. How many of us have loved ones that we politically don't agree with? I want to know how many of you guys have a relationship with a billionaire? With a billionaire, right? All right, it's about...
Does this have to be real or...
When we know what we're fighting for, we're better able to know who is really against that vision. And when we are better able to identify our enemies, we know who we're not trying to bring along, and we're able to better work with those that we are, right? We have more in common with each other than with billionaires.
And I think, where's Abdul?
All right, can we give that panel one more round of applause? I learned a lot in just the last 30 seconds, and one thing that I learned is that this is a pretty high-powered room, because like 40 of you raised your hands when she asked if we have relationships with billionaires. Okay, so I think there's probably a photo getting ready to happen. So while they're taking their photo, I'm going to introduce our moderator for our next panel, which is the Knowledge panel, the Knowledge Shift panel. And I'm thrilled. Let's bring it back. I am thrilled to welcome to the stage our moderator for the Knowledge Shift panel. Okay, so I'm just going to pause. Okay, all right. Okay, all right. So, okay, so as you can see, we're very orderly here. Okay, can I have your attention? Everybody clap once. Everybody clap twice. Everybody clap 3 times. All right, thank you so much. With that, I'm going to introduce our moderator for the next session. We are lucky to have, guiding us through the next conversation, A.J. Hudson, who's an environmental educator, climate justice advocate, beach defender, and nonprofit advisor. Before graduate school, A.J. spent 5 years teaching in Brooklyn's public schools. His service agenda seeks to design frameworks that redirect environmental policy and the resources of conservation toward human rights and the pressing needs of marginalized climate justice communities. Please give a warm round of applause to A.J. Hudson.
Hello, everyone. I'm really pleased to be here, not only because I am a graduate of Columbia University, and I guess an alum of the precursor to the climate school, the Earth Institute. I missed the start of the climate school, but also because I attended graduate school at Yale University, where I was one of the main fomenters, we'll say, of the protests that led to our establishment of the Environmental Justice Center at Yale. Thank you. I'm really proud as an alumni of the Yale School of the Environment to see all the changes that have happened here, but I'm even more proud that I've been able to be welcomed in by Leo and Isadis to basically be someone who shares some of the wisdom as they have begun their own journey to create a permanent environmental and climate justice program here at Columbia University. And so in that way, we've had our own cycles of behind-the-scene strategy and empowerment and shifting. And so I wear many hats in the movement, but most of all, that's the reason why I'm here and the reason why I'm proud to be a part of this panel in particular. When we arrive at our schools, many of us, especially us in the room, aren't necessarily happy with the resources being used the way they are. And for many students of color, the entirety of college can feel like a small protest or a big one. And grad school is much the same. So today we have experts that are going to ask who holds, who produces, and who controls the knowledge that is involved in the climate movement. Our session is going to explore the ways in which the terrains of knowledge and truth are themselves contested, and especially in this political moment, when equity programs across the board have been dismantled and destroyed, federal laws and federal rights considering equity have been dismantled and destroyed. Science denial is rampant, disinformation is rampant, and philanthropy, as well as many larger community orgs, some big greens we might call them, have not necessarily stepped up in the way that this crisis of funding and dismantlement at the federal government would really demand. So we're going to ask, how do we protect truth? How do we align across sectors? And how do we build a shared foundation of wisdom that strengthens movements for climate justice and avoids the continual extraction that has been at the core of environmental politics and knowledge production at the academy, in philanthropy, and unfortunately, yes, in many nonprofit organizations as well. So today we're thinking about shifting that knowledge past. And I'd love to welcome to the stage our panelists. We have Michelle Roos. Michelle is the Executive Director of the Environmental Protection Network. Sheila Foster. Sheila Foster is at the Columbia Climate School. And we have Katie Chavez. Executive Director of the Climate Justice Alliance, and Reverend Yearwood, the Director of the Hip Hop Caucus. So what a privilege to be up here with all of you. I really admire all of you. My work is intersected with each of your works, and I'm really excited to hear some of these answers because they impact me directly. I'd love to start with Michelle. My organizations, I work with several organizations, and two of them lost collectively millions of dollars directly because of the DOGE cuts. Raise your hand in here if your organization was impacted by the DOGE cuts. And then keep those up. Raise your hand if you know someone who was impacted by the DOGE cuts. It's not in the news though. How crazy is that? Like we're not talking about it. Our government was dismantled. So we have Michelle here, and I'd love to ask you, through the Environmental Protection Network and the partnerships with Lawyers for Good Governance, you've defended climate inequity programs against federal rollbacks. I know it's a continuing process. I know that there's a class action brewing. I'm a member. What does that battle reveal about how truth and evidence are undermined and how technical and legal expertise ideally can be mobilized as a tool for justice?
Thank you so much for including me in this amazing panel. Just as a little bit of background, the Environmental Protection Network, we were founded in the wake of Trump getting elected the first time. So dozens of EPA alumni, basically all of my mentors, when I was an intern at EPA, these were the middle managers. They included both Democratic and Republican political appointees, as well as dozens of career staff. They formed this network saying, we don't know what's going to happen, but we need to be ready. Similarly, Lawyers for Good Government was also formed during that time, recognizing that the law was going to be a very powerful tool to combat whatever was to come. We now have about 700 EPA alum that volunteer their time to make the world a better place. We do a lot of pro bono capacity building technical assistance work. Lawyers for Good Government has 125,000 pro bono attorneys that are at your disposal. They exist and want to be a part of supporting you in whatever you want to pursue. So that's a bit of how we're trying to handle this devastation of the billions and billions of dollars that have been terminated unlawfully. So as you mentioned, there is a class action lawsuit on behalf of over 350 frontline organizations that were given funding to work with environmental justice communities. We unfortunately lost the first round of that. We have appealed as of Wednesday or Thursday of this past week, and we are simultaneously taking hundreds of those organizations to the Federal Court of Claims, which that's what the Supreme Court is telling us to do in this moment. So we will overwhelm the Federal Court of Claims and hopefully fight for this. You asked a much broader question than the logistics of what I just shared, but I did want to share that because I think that this is such a moment where I want to be optimistic, and I want to say that our organization, Lawyers for Good Government, and so many other folks, we're here for this fight, but it is a very significant fight. And I think the most important thing, really at the base of your question, we want to follow the lead of the organizations themselves. And I think that's a big part of what we heard in that first panel. You know, listen to women of color, listen to Indigenous people. And so that, I think, is a key to this massive fight we have before us.
Thank you. Yes, please. Applause. Yes. Thank you so much. We're going to jump over next to Professor Foster. I'd love to ask you, knowing, as you very well do, the universities and their history of benefiting directly from communities without ever giving back, and often placing themselves within the poorest communities in any given city and making them poorer. What would it take for academia, idealized at Columbia, Yale, Harvard, to practice true reciprocity with frontline knowledge holders. How can universities be reimagined to advance community-driven climate justice rather than reinforcing existing hierarchies? And, you know, if you would, what does your career and your role at Columbia, how does it reflect that?
There you go. Thanks. And thanks for having me on the panel. It's wonderful to be here with these panelists. So I'm new to Columbia. I've taught at 5 universities, Berkeley, Fordham, Rutgers, Georgetown, Columbia, and some of them public, some private, some Jesuit, some not Jesuit. And, you know, universities are powerful institutions, as you say, and they're often situated in communities, but not of the communities, right? But what I've learned in each of these places, working with communities, is that, you know, knowledge exists in a lot of places, but we only prioritize the knowledge that universities produce. And when universities go to communities, we're often extracting knowledge from communities for our own purposes. And universities are also made of people like you and me, and all of the researchers here. So we always have a choice when we go in, and we're part of these institutions, about how to use the resources of the institution and our position in them. And often that choice is a risky one. And I'll tell you from my career, I've been doing this 30 years, right? And right now we're very focused on the shiny object, which is the federal government and the retrenchment of resources that were recently given under the Biden administration. But, you know, these communities have been at this for a long time without many of these resources. And a lot of what they've been doing has been trying to work in partnership with lawyers sometimes. I'm trained as a lawyer. I brought one of the first lawsuits in Camden that won under the civil rights on behalf of the Camden community, which was then overturned by the Supreme Court. I've worked with EPA. I've worked with DOJ. The thing that's remained constant is those institutions, those laws have changed, they've gone away, resources have gone away, but the communities are still doing the work. So how do we leverage that work in those communities, and how we bring capacity to that? The last thing I'll say is that what I've learned is when I was a young professor, and all of us are in this for a career ladder, you know, let's be real, right? And my writing was from the ground up. I was capturing the stories of Chester, Pennsylvania, Camden, New Jersey, communities that had called me in to give them capacity. I was told by colleagues, you're never going to get tenure. That's not real academic scholarship. That's not real law. I did it anyway. I got tenure. I got promotion, and I continue to work, with communities. So we have choices, I think, about how to use the resources, how to use our careers, how to highlight knowledge that is not just the knowledge in data. Data is important, law is important, that can all be helpful. It's important to document what communities are experienced through data, to tell those stories through lawsuits. But just to answer your question, I've learned in my career that we have choices, and sometimes those are risky choices, but I've tried to keep the values of why I came into this front and center, and live those values, and that's what I continue to do today.
Thank you. So up next, I'd love to, and I don't know if you guys have picked this up yet, but we're kind of introducing as the initial questions. I'd love it if we could hear from Katie. By the way, so our last two panelists up here, I'm part of UPROSE, so Climate Justice Alliance, yeah. Yeah, I should have started with that, but. So I'm one of the climate educators at UPROSE, and Elizabeth Jean-Pierre is one of the reasons I'm in the movement as my career. Her and Dorsita Taylor, so two, as we called earlier, wild women, who've mentored me, yeah. So, the Climate Justice Alliance. Indigenous and frontline defenders carry knowledge that's deeply rooted in place, land, language, and culture, yet are most often tokenized when it comes to both formal and informal climate processes. Hell, even this week, during Climate Week, we're going to be seeing a lot of Native folks tokenized, a lot of folks brought out here from across the world to stand in front of funders and crowds and to be tokenized, to be lifted up and kind of marginalized even as they're given a microphone. So what does it look like for knowledge like this, for frontline Black and Indigenous knowledge to be treated as binding authority, as real knowledge in governance spaces and philanthropy spaces, rather than just symbolic input or, as I call it, a cherry on top? And how have you tried to make that a reality at CJA?
Thank you for that very powerful and necessary question to ask in this moment. And I think that this speaks to a deep tension in global climate governance and the difference between inclusion and actual decision-making power. For CJA, when we talk about Indigenous and frontline knowledge being treated as binding authority, not just symbolic input, we are talking about a complete shift back to who holds power in climate governance. Right now, frontline communities, especially Black and Indigenous people, are often brought in after the decision has already been made. That's not justice. That's tokenization, and we need governance where these communities are not just at the table, but rather they're being asked with free, prior, and informed consent to harvest that wood to build that collective table. I think it also means legally recognizing Indigenous sovereignty. It means honoring land, honoring treaty rights, honoring the stewardship that Indigenous people have had with right relation with Mother Earth for time immemorial. It means valuing knowledge systems that have honored Earth for generations. Traditional ecological knowledge must be treated at a minimum as equal, but frankly, even more relevant than the Western science that dominates our current climate discourse. Because our communities aren't just fighting for climate change, we have already learned the solutions from our ancestors, solutions that are rooted in land, in culture, in our language, in our collective care. The other day I was asked about extraction, and I'm in the process of relearning my language. And we don't have a word for extraction. Our language is in right relationship with the land. Even the way that we speak doesn't have a definition for extraction. There is a word for pulling something out and putting something back in its place and making that offering and holding that reciprocity. But that value, that worldview shift, is something that our people have not known. It is not part of our genetic identity. It is not how we navigate this world. So I think that if we're serious about climate justice, we really need to stop asking, how do we include Indigenous voices? And we need to start asking how we transfer power. How do we resource our communities? And if we are resourcing our communities to participate in somebody else's vision, we are not resourcing them to lead in their own right and have that agency and self-determination. And all of the conversations I've already had this week, I was here for another gathering, and there's lots of conversations about survival, adaptation, just transition, regenerative energy. And those are important, but it's also a discussion that needs to happen around self-determination, land rematriation, and a just transition that isn't co-opted or gentrified or rinsed in this moment. We need to give the power to people that have always protected life. And this is about the sacredness of life. And the sacredness is our collective care and really digging deep And that is the only way that we are going to able to move from extraction into regeneration. We have the memory in our bones, in our bodies, in our spirits, to be able to collectively work together. And it is what white supremacy has done, what the history of genocide, colonization, imperialism has done as a white supremacist and colonial tactic to pit us against each other in this moment. And I will never do the work of the oppressor. And that is something that we need to remember when we get into these decision-making spaces and we're talking to each other and relating to each other. This isn't a time where we can afford to shrink our movement. We need every single person to understand their lane and continue to work and hold that discipline and trust each other and extend that trust in the goodwill of our ancestors and what they went through and what our children are going to go through and our grandchildren and future generations. Because if we're solving for inequity that is going to intergenerationally land as inequity for somebody else, we're not fixing anything.
Thank you, Katie. So, Reverend Yearwood.
Yeah, let's get it.
Yes. You have an event on Tuesday if you want to shout it out, right?
Yeah. We have a documentary we did at Uprose that is, we have our latest documentary called Underwater Projects. It's going to be there. Don't miss it. Shout out. And actually, I wore my perks of being Hip Hop Caucus president. Got my jacket here from Bad Bunny. So,
hey.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Shout out Adrian Hernandez who designed the album cover. But yeah,
I think it's at 4 tomorrow at Uprose in Brooklyn. So don't miss it.
Is it still called Brooklyn? Actually, I'm not sure yet. I'm always got to ask that question.
So
I was
through
trying
the
to get this when I said
my
Williamsboro. They had something else that was called, but Brooklyn is still it. Tuesday, yeah. Yeah, Tuesday. Thank you.
Tuesday, 4 o'clock. So through the Hip Hop Caucus, you've shown how culture, art, and organizing can move people when policy arguments and traditional politics fall flat. In a time of science denial, disinformation, voter suppression, how do cultural movements defend truth and democracy? How do cultural movements safeguard and mobilize people towards justice? How do we use energy, like we saw last night at Bad Bunny's closing concert, to create transformative change rather than just to have fun? How do we turn cultural power into political power?
So first, let me, can you hear me okay? Okay. Let me first acknowledge the space. Shout out to Barnard College and the history of this institution, particularly my Black sisters who created Barnard Organization for Soul Sisters, BOSS, who in 1968 surrounded this campus and stood strong in the mind of Black oppression. Let me shout out to the students who just recently were standing up for Gaza and ensuring that we can still be human in our approach. Let me also shout out to, you just heard Jackie Patterson from the Shirley Chisholm Project. She's in the back waving, and obviously shout out to the HBCU Green Fund. As a graduate of 3 HBCUs, my bachelor's, my master's, and my doctorate, it is the best education in the world. Yeah. And then definitely shout out, hopefully we'll get to it, to what I think is so important, to what you were just saying, is the Donors of Color Network. I actually believe he who funds you is he who controls you. So I think that the conversation is that the only way that we can stop the episode of trauma porn continuing and them putting up Black, brown, indigenous, young people, queer bodies on the mantle of what they call
justice is because we have to begin to fund our own movements. So that is why I wanted to be here, because I feel like this is, in that conversation, you have to kind of get tired of being at other folks' tables getting breadcrumbs, when in reality you have a whole feast right around the corner that you can build if you just put some time to that. I'm originally from Louisiana. I was born right outside of Cancer Alley. I can get into that, but obviously the realities of that, and 2 weeks ago, Hurricane Katrina being the 20th commemoration of that. But we don't, in many cases, we don't deal with that. So I just want to, that goes into the reality of media. So what I want to tell you, and I am the president of the Hip Hop Caucus, but I'm also a senior advisor with Netflix, so I get to be a part of that process. The one thing I will say is there's no doubt that we're in a climate crisis. There's no doubt about that. The wildfires in Los Angeles, the droughts on the continent of Africa, the floods through the UK, the heat waves in Phoenix, the hurricanes, there's no doubt that we're in a climate crisis. The problem, though, is that I feel in the 21st century, it's not so much that we're in a climate crisis, but our movement is also in a crisis of imagination. And in that crisis of imagination, we are literally very robotic in how we're approaching this. I was, like many activists, arrested for many things, fighting the Keystone XL pipeline, fighting in Standing Rock. The list is long. My arrest record, unfortunately, is about as many of you in this auditorium for the things I'm fighting for. But you can't keep doing that, because if the other side becomes more sophisticated and you're still doing the same tactics, particularly the tactics of our fathers and mothers who fought for equality, when the reality is we're no longer just fighting for equality, we're now fighting for existence. And so when you're dealing with genocide and you're dealing with existence and you're dealing with folks who have a business plan that means a death sentence for our communities who are suicidal riding the Titanic, you have to plan differently. So the idea of production and storytelling and narrative, to me, is the last bastion. Now, I probably would have been more forceful if this was last week. I was saying this exact same thing, but as we now have seen, even rich white people who have TV shows can be canceled. So with that being the case, free speech, the lens of even our using our media platforms is going to be shrinking rapidly. That means we have to push hard right now to create content, to create stories, to ensure that we're talking to people. The idea of talking to people only how we can meet them in the academy will not work for two reasons, and we'll get into this conversation. First reason is that I actually feel the academy, this is before I got 3 amazing degrees from black colleges, but I do feel the academy has created for many of us in this movement, unfortunately, being more focused on our livelihoods in LinkedIn than our people dying. So we're afraid of losing our 401k, where at the same time we're losing 4,000 people in our community. So that means then that we have to then figure out how do we then get the Fannie Lou Hamers of our movement? How do we then bring in the genius outside the academy? Those who can say, I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired. And that's where we are now. We're in a moment now that I actually feel that the way that Ryan Coogler and his wife Zimsey created a documentary on Katrina, where that Spike Lee and Geeta Ganderberg created a documentary on Netflix in that regard on Katrina, the way the Hip Hop Caucus created a documentary on Katrina called Weathering the Storm, I actually feel the only way that we can actually get this message across to all sides, actually, not just to black, brown, indigenous, queer folk, but also to the white folks who had the train derailment of vinyl chloride in East Palestine, Ohio. I actually feel that this is the time when we must create the message points, because climate now is no longer a science issue. Climate is a cultural issue, and which one side has gone to the other side, and the other side has gone to their side, and the only way to break that is by storytelling and narrative. Thanks.
Thank you, Reverend. Wow, that's great. Well, if any of the other panelists would want to respond to anything else that's been said so far, before I have a few other questions, I'd love to open it up.
Sorry. Thank you for that, Reverend. You know, one thing I think is important to talk about the role of academia and those of us in academia. And, you know, I think you should continue to call us out and press us, is what it is that we're doing when we get outside of academia. And I do think we need to. And so one of the things I want to say is that I shifted a long time ago from just fighting against stuff with communities to building stuff in community. And that starts with land, right? I grew up in Detroit, Liberty City, Miami. In both of those places right now, you know, academics write about climate gentrification. In Miami, for instance. You know, the Detroit Land Bank has sewed up all the vacant land and not let folks steward it. So I've been working in communities like Baton Rouge and Harlem and other places to build institutions and ways for communities to get control of land and build, because I do think one of the powerful lessons of this moment, because again, we're all focused on the money Biden gave and the money Biden's taken away. You know, we have resources in communities. We don't have control over those resources. And so how do we get control to steward those resources and to really build community wealth and collective wealth and power? So I'd like to like academia has a role in that. We have resources. And so the more we can do that, I think the more powerful we'll become.
Yeah, I just want to add, like, you know, to your point, like land rematriation and land acquisition is important and should be central to all of our strategies. You know, if you look at the hyper-local up to the geopolitical, people are arming up over money, over land. In our neighborhoods, we have kids that are arming up over money, over control of territory. And at the end of the day, in some cases, we don't own a single speck of dirt in that neighborhood. And when we think of our preparedness around being able to govern, around being able to have food security, around being able to create our deep democracies, around being able to resource our people, we are on the collapse of like just like a global food chain collapse. We're seeing techno-feudalism, and yet folks are wanting to support stability. And I think there's been a conflation of stability being things not changing. Because we're not in a stable place, y'all. Things are very unstable right now. And I think that the thing that we need to think about is if we know a variable that we're working with is instability, how we work with that together. And what does it look like? What are we building? Whenever I organize, I've been trained to organize myself out of every position I've ever been in. And I will say, we have seen a divestment of base building and organizing and that discipline to the work. We're here, you know, we're doing this in a professional capacity, but it is about our livelihoods. It is an ancestral mandate. And every decision that you make, you need to think about the intergenerational impact of those decisions, because these are intergenerational problems. And we have the capacity, we have the elders, Rather than invite elders to come in and open up the space or facilitate, invite them into the strategy discussions, because they survive this. We need to bring everybody into the conversations because everybody is part of the solution. And we need to vet people. We need to talk about, like, you know, there's a lot of people that are being politicized in this moment, right? So what are the shallow capture mechanisms, and then how are we sifting, and how is our organizing tactics flanking each other, and how do we trust each other to stay in our lane so we can build true interdependency? A political strategy flanked by an academic strategy, flanked by a base building strategy, flanked by a big green strategy, whether in the shadows or in the light. We need to be politically sharp and continuing to be in study and struggle with each other, sharpening our political analysis on the way and continuously choosing strategy over activity every single time. Because activity in these days can mean the loss of a life of a beloved community member.
I want to add to that, because I think what's important, and I want to make sure this is clear. So while yes, obviously we're frustrated in this moment, and yes, it can be tiring, I want to make sure that tired is different for different people. Bell Hooks said it best. The rage of the oppressed is not the same as the rage of the privileged. So I want to be clear on that this is, the tired is two different types of tired. And I don't want to take on, no offense, the colonizers type of tired, because they've been doing this for 50 years, have been resourced, been doing from Kyoto to COP20 to COP25 to COP30, flying around, and now because the Waxman-Markey bill didn't work, or the IRA didn't succeed or didn't sustain, I don't want to be in a position now that tired is my tired. Yeah. That ain't my tired. Because I wasn't involved in that process. You didn't have black folks and EJ leaders at the table. We had to get special orders to even be in the room. We were given the kiddie tables treatment for 50 years. So now you can't act like as though we all tired at the same kind of tired rate. That ain't what we're talking about. What we're talking about is tired of seeing black, brown, indigenous people die because fossil fuel industries, Chevron, Shell, ExxonMobil, and the like, are killing our people. That kind of tired is different than you going to your lunches eating cheese on sticks and shrimp on sticks and partying with champagne glasses and negotiating through annual plans and things. That ain't our tired. So I just want to make sure you understand that it's two different types of tired here in Climate Week. I'm excited to organize, mobilize, energize my people to fight for our people. I'm excited to make sure we can come together and raise the resource. I'm clear-minded that no cash, no cause, which is why Daughters of Color Network is so critical to make sure that we can bring folks, even our layered community, folks who may not be who working at industry or working in places where they have a lot of money, and to somehow pull them from that into our network, to use their genius in the business academies and other places to say, hey, because you are still black, brown, indigenous, and queer and young, because I know you get them looks in your own boardroom, come with us and organize with us to bring that amazing gift of God that you got to raise money, because we need money to fight this fight. It is still the fight of your grandmother and grandfather and great-grandfather and great-grandmother. So I just want to make sure, the words of Bell Hooks is clear, that the rage of the privileged is not the rage of the oppressed. I want to also make sure, because I'm also on the Green Leadership Trust, I'm also the chair of the board for Green 2.0, which are all amazing entities. But the one thing that I have always said that is problematic about those components is that as long as we, as people of color, are trying to find our way into institutions that don't like us from the jump, you can't survive. When as someone who's supposed to be your ally can just get a letter that says you have DEI and it can cancel you, that ain't your friend. So I'm just trying to explain to y'all that instead of a Green 2.0, maybe we need a Green 3.0 that funded our own institutions. Yes. And figure that out. And I've always said, how in the world? And I'm obviously was raised by Dr. Beverly Wright, so obviously I'm very clear and have these conversations on a frequent. But I've always said this, it is a dangerous situation to be getting money from the federal government. The same government that can turn on a dime and that is killing our people. And no offense to Democrats, because I vote mostly Democrat, not all the time. I vote independent, that's just who I am. But Democrat, independent, Republican. There is a problem when we can face as much trauma under a Democrat. I was arrested in front of the Bush White House. I was also arrested in front of the Obama White House with Julian Bond. And I'll close with this. I got arrested with Julian Bond in front of the White House, fighting Keystone XL. Later on, Barack would bring me in, this is the difference actually, to get an award as a champion of change. That's cool, it's whatever. I don't really care about that kind of stuff. But the reality is this. Later on, this is the dynamics. Julian Bond, who would never see because he would die, and when he was in the paddy wagon with me, he had sciatic nerves, I think what they call it for older people. And every time he hit a bump, he would scream. But one of the things there, he would die. He wouldn't see if he had won the Keystone XL pipeline fight. Later on, in Atlanta, Georgia, I was testifying before Atlanta Council in front of Julian Bond Jr. I bring this up for this reason. His son, against stopping Cop City in Atlanta. And his son was for it. So I'm saying that even in the we have to really get outside, even in the same family, one could be Julian Bond fighting to stop Keystone, but then his son could be corporatized and be like, I'm for moving along with Cop City. This is so layered that until we understand that dynamic and raise our own resources through Daughters of Color Network, we will continue to be playing child's game, and we will continue to be destroyed. And unfortunately, for those who are not here, they are dying horrible deaths.
Mic drop.
Thank you. And thanks everyone for doing that quick little round robin. So I have a spicy question and I have a sweet question. Do y'all have a preference? Not you guys, them.
They voted.
Okay, I guess it's spicy. Well, Miami came up, so it had me thinking of my friend who lives in Overtown. He only goes by El Profe. He's rather cynical, but he's brilliant. And one of the reasons he tells me why he hasn't, because I used to do climate organizing work in Miami when I lived there for a while. One of the reasons he tells me he hasn't joined the movement is because as much as he loves our work and finds it motivating and inspirational across all of these different sectors, whether it be legal work, cultural work, work in the academy, he says it's all a distraction, that we're firefighters, that we're reactive, and that we're, I think the word he told me specifically was a pressure valve, that we let off steam, and that's why people aren't in the street flipping cars over and burning things. Not to say that that would be good, but that's what would happen if it wasn't for the nonprofit social justice industrial complex. So if your work is seen that way by someone, a brilliant youth, what do you tell El Profe? What do you tell El Profe in response? Or just how does that make you feel, the pressure valve theory?
My mother was born in Overtown. I spent my childhood in Overtown. My dad's store was there. Our church was there. The Overtown of then and Overtown of today, that'll make you want to flip a car over, right? And I flipped cars over, right? But in growing up in those communities, through the crack epidemic, through gentrification, through all this, my thing is, we wake up every day. I have a talent skill, a set of skills, talent, whatever it is. I'm in where I am. How do I use that? How do we collectively use that to actually build a better life for folks who are living in these communities? Like, I think we can get so lost in the abstract conversation, but when you're in communities, when you're working with, the thing is, folks need stuff today. They need to get out of harm today. So reactive versus proactive, and I just said, I moved away from fighting to building. You need both because they are under siege still and have been for decades. But yet, we need to bring more people to the table. We need capital. We need people to build stuff. We need lawyers. We need people to build the green point. The Green 3.0. And that's going to take all of us. But rooted in a sense of who are you doing this for? Who are you doing this for? So that's all I have to say.
I think political education is a big part of it. And investing in regenerative intergenerational leadership. I also think the nonprofit industrial complex is a system that we are navigating. And if political vehicles are political vehicles, right? I think the question to ask is maybe this is an unpopular opinion, but if somebody finds their political home within a nonprofit, who is your base? And who are you accountable to? And that requires that identity work that starts with the self. And I think from understanding that, then you are able to orient to the world in a way that, to Rev's point, the nuances, getting the deep nuances. And, in spaces like this, I often think to myself, you never know who's in the room. But when we think about our jobs as organizers and facilitators in spaces where we're trying to base build, even if somebody's values aren't aligned with mine, I'm going to do my best to make sure that they leave the space with questions. Because the curiosity and questions lead to unraveling. And I think another piece of that is really understanding our lanes, right? Because similarly, earlier today, I also am not the person in my family that has enough patience to talk to the opposition. That's my partner. And I will just I know my energy is not best spent in that place, right? So other people can spend their energies where we're good at. And we need to understand what we are good at and help each other get better at it. And then create that interdependency in a way where we hold each other mutually accountable to that discipline. So to your friend, I would say, study it more. Understand the deeper political analysis, the base that your friend is accountable to. Do they have to, there are many ways to gain knowledge, but I think engagement and choosing where to engage. Maybe it's not the nonprofit industrial complex that's where your friends should be, but maybe it's in a garden, planting seeds. Maybe it's working with youth. Maybe it's dropping off groceries to the elder. Maybe it's bringing markers to the next meeting. There are many ways to engage.
So for your friend, I truly understand the question. The one thing that I would say that is most needed right now for our movement is love. This is really a love-less movement. And it's also a movement, I think, that is even bigger than human. I'm so proud of our brothers and sisters and non-binary cousins in Bolivia who understand that nature has rights, and other folks understand that. The thing that I would say that's so important about this is that your friend is very correct, because the only reason why people are finding themselves connected to other people is because it's transactional. This is Sunday, so I'll share a story from one of the nice texts of the Bible from this standpoint. And it talks about this story about the 2 fish and 5 loaves. And I bring that story up because a miracle happened when the people had nothing, and when they were in a very bad spot. But instead of turning, and if it would have been today, instead of turning to find funders, they turned to themselves. And then they just simply blessed this, what they had. What do we got? Because everybody got to eat. And that's the one thing right now, is that young person who comes to the rally, how in the world are we going to be coming to rallies and then not, and be able to go back to our jobs, but have young people who are going to rallies don't know how they're going to get home from the rally? Where's the love in that? How are we going to bring people up here to Climate Week and put them in a hotel, but actually not know if they have a home to go to when they leave Climate Week? Where's the love in that? How are we going to be bringing up people from the continent and the global south, or from my hometown in Louisiana, or from Texas, and literally make them go through and relive their pain and trauma, and then literally give them $100,000, knowing they need $1 million, and then tell them that that's all we have to give to them, and then make them write out 18 reports when all they have was one ED, and they had to do the comms, ED, the marketing, and development all by one person, and then tell them you still got to go there and organize your community and do your rallies and do all of that, and then in the meantime, Big Greens are getting $150 million. Where is the love in that? So I think that it's clear now that we are not witnessing miracles in our communities where we can see things coming together. So again, I'm going to keep harping this, is that this is why Donors of Color Network, I'm going to be very clear to you. I came here early this morning. It was early, it ain't early no more. I came here early because I'm telling you, as somebody who sees philanthropy, and someone who sees the nonprofit industrial complex, the reality is that we are in a climate crisis. And 75 years from now, it will be 2100. And we have to, in all due regard, fight for that next generation. And we can't talk about where we had some orange man who we couldn't do nothing about. Because my ancestors also had Andrew Jackson. And they still said that we cannot concede to power. So I'm just telling you, let's make sure, instead of just coming here and eating cheese on stick and shrimp on sticks and drinking champagne, let's use this time to really figure out how we can raise money. How much money do we need to raise for our organizations? How much the organizations really need to do for their work? let them take a deep breath. They maybe haven't been answered that question before. They've been marginalized so much. They've been pitted against one another. So they either have been saying, I will either marginalize or be marginalized. But let's let people take a breath, because this system has broken them down so badly. Let's create a structure so they can just take that deep breath. And when they take it, say, we have raised this money. Let's work together. Let's do the job, and let's fight. And let's organize our people. Let's do that, because if not, in 2100, most people in this room, some of y'all may be young people, maybe 85, maybe 95, you may be here, but most of us will not be here. But the decision you make right now on this solar eclipse Sunday, on Sunday, September 21st, 2025, if all you do is just talk about the same old crap that colonizers talk about, and you miss the moment to fight for future generations, they will curse you. Please use this life you have and this moment you have to fight with all you got for future generations.
So before we move on to our final question, I would like to relate some of the work that you're doing, Michelle, which is effectively damage control in a sense, right? To my friend's question, in the sense of, I personally know, and I'm sure many in the crowd know this person too, who keeps saying it's okay, because he's losing in the courts, or the courts are going to save us. There's some type of mentality around that. So, yeah, what do you think?
Yeah, well, oh, is that right? Is it? Okay, there we go. Right, so I'm listening to the discussion about the nonprofit industrial complex. Like, I come from government. So I worked for the state of Texas under George W. Bush. I worked for the federal government under George W. Bush and also President Obama. I don't blame anybody that wants to turn over cars. Like I said, at the beginning, I want to be optimistic. I want to say we're here for it, but it's, per KD said, it's a very unstable time. It's a very vulnerable time, particularly for people that have already been quite vulnerable. The mission, well, so one, I take any critique of our organization. We're coming from flawed backgrounds. We're massively imperfect. The idea was we have hundreds of folks who are engineers and lawyers and geologists and other scientists. How can we use that information, truth be told, those connections? Because as we're talking about like who has the money, like in our little network is a lot of connections to money, to funders, to the folks that give the big greens tons and tons of money. So how do we leverage that to hire a small staff across the country of community organizers who work directly with communities to connect those communities to the information that they want, to the funding that they need to do what they desire. It's not perfect by any stretch. It's, but per what Sheila was saying, like the lane, like this is the information, the power that we hold. And this is a mechanism to try to transfer that power and that knowledge and that money to communities.
Thank you. So we're going to close up real quick. I would love it if we could just rush down the line and everyone say in a few words what you think is the piece of infrastructure or the piece of wisdom to give to our crowd for how we can shift knowledge and shift it in the direction we're talking about, away from extraction and towards communities. And we'll just go down the line.
please reach out to us. Take it, run with it, do the magic that you are destined to do.
Just shift it, right? Shift your talent, shift your resources, shift what you have to give to the people that need it most, that are building the lives that the next generation and this generation can live well. We are in a climate crisis. We're also in a housing crisis. It's all interconnected. Just shift it. Just go there. That's the best I can say.
Every morning when you drink water or brush your teeth, I want you to think about the sacredness of that water, the sacredness of that life and our interconnection. To orient your day. Secondly, I would say anything that you are doing to continue your personal practice of study and struggle, do it with the goal of ecological liberation, collective liberation. Move out of love. I love Bell Hook's definition of love. I'm a parent too, so I have 2 kids, so I always, we talk about love a lot. We have a shared definition as a family of love. The emotional, spiritual, physical, mental growth and support of another person that you're invested in. Think about that and learn to see and not react. And know that you have knowledge within yourself, that your ancestors have knowledge, and that your future generations also have knowledge. And move from that place of good intent. And feed the children.
Check out Hip Hop Caucus. Hip Hop Caucus turned 21 years. Yeah. Last week. And check it out. We just did a documentary called Weathering the Storm, and we're here. I love it now. It's so funny now because I don't get to do as much as I used to do Hip Hop Caucus because they just kind of have all moved me out. So I just kind of check on my health care and just check on stuff, and they just make sure I can look around. But shout out to all the young, amazing, particularly black women and queer folks who run Hip Hop Caucus now. This is an amazing organization. So that's one. And to that, shout out to my brother, Bad Bunny. Keep doing what you do. We love you, brother. And all the artists who take this seriously. We need you right now. They're going to come for you. Be strong. And I'll just close in the words. For all the artists and poets and narrators, screenwriters, anybody who has that gift in the room, take the words of Toni Cade Bambara very seriously when she said the role of the artist is to make the revolution irresistible. All power to the people.
Let's give a huge round of applause to all of our panelists. Thank you all for listening. Thank you.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap twice. If you can hear me, clap 3 times. All right, we're back. How was lunch, everybody? Good, good. Seems like we had some very productive conversations, made some good connections, and that's what this space is all about. So we have a treat for you. For a brief minute, we are going to have a conversation about mutual aid. So, yeah, I like that. Someone said, ooh. So one of the things that has become very clear over these last few months is that our movements are experiencing significant divestment from the federal government, from institutional philanthropy, and frankly, our movements were already underfunded and under-resourced. And so that has created a crisis. How are we addressing the crisis? Well, many of us are taking care of our communities through mutual aid, orthopraxis of care, leveraging the resources that we have because, as the Rev mentioned earlier, we do have resources within our communities to support the work that is happening in our communities. And we call that mutual aid, but I like to just think of it as taking care of ourselves together. And so for a brief few minutes, we're going to hear some inspiring stories from a couple of our members at the Donors of Color Network. Mutual aid is something that we appreciate, respect, lead within the Donors of Color Network. And we're going to hear from 2 of our members who have some experience taking care of ourselves together. Who have some experience with mutual aid. And so at this time, I'm going to invite for just a couple moments of reflection, our interim executive director, Sharon Chen. Give her a round of applause. And as she's coming up, I just want to publicly thank her for her support of this conference, of this summit. We really value our participation in this event every year, and Sharon has been a stalwart supporter of DOC and continuing to be part of this summit. So thank you, Sharon. And with that, I'm going to give your mic. Sit anywhere. Sit anywhere. And this is Story Slam with Sharon Chen.
Hello, hey. So I actually had a couple little vignettes to share. First, I wanted to talk about the magic I think most of us know about in terms of mutual aid. Our communities, our frontline communities, the people that we all grow up with and know about. So I'm from Washington State, and a coalition that I've worked with a lot over the last few years. I wanted to talk about how it met the moment in 2020 with the start of the pandemic. So the coalition is called Front and Centered, and it's entirely made up of community of color-led groups. It's multiracial, multi-issue. We have members that run from, Black churches, immigrant rights groups, farm worker communities, really small to $1 million organizations. But what brings them all together was to work on environmental health issues, particularly climate justice. And in Washington State, with the start of the pandemic, since the start of the pandemic, something significant, and I'm not quite sure about the percentage, but something like 20% of nonprofits have gone under. But starting in March of 2020, this coalition, again, which was made up of almost 70 groups, very large to small, put together a rapid response fund for each other. And given this rapid response fund, which paid sometimes for diapers in community, last minute needs for staff of farm worker rights groups, et cetera, really it ran the gamut. None of our nonprofits have gone under So that is a real story of resilience that I wanted to share. Where this story leads me, though, I'm here as the interim executive director of Donors of Color, and I wanted to share something. You know, I definitely heard the call to action with Reverend Yearwood today and all the other speakers this morning. The members of our community with resources need to be in closer proximity to movement and be a part of the solution. Rich people are never going to be the solution. We're not ever going to be sufficient, but having our participation is necessary. But here's something structural that I've reflected a lot about and something we talk about all the time at DOCN. And it is that the individuals from our communities that have access to resources, structurally, one of the things that is true for this particular set of people is that they have tended to need to do things by themselves. They are isolated. They are usually many of them are the first to go to college, the first in their community to do this, that, or the other thing. And they have often had to rely on themselves. So even though we have these magic stories like the one that I just gave about mutual aid, and that is the habit and culture of the communities that we come from, it is not necessarily a place of, it's not necessarily a habit of this community of people. And one thing that I did recently with many of my fellow members was I said, hey, who likes to help people? And everyone's like, hey, I like to help people. Who likes to ask for help? And everyone looked at each other like, no, I don't really like to do that. But the conversation I've been having with other donors of color is that we need to replicate the same magic in all of our communities in ourselves. So Donors of Color is a multiracial network of high net wealth individuals. I'm not going to say that's an easy group to organize. There's a lot of difference that we have. We come from very different levels of privilege, different levels of risk tolerance. My risk tolerance as a retired Asian woman looks a lot different than my colleagues who might be a black woman who's still building her wealth. But building that culture of mutual aid among people who aren't used to thinking of themselves as needing it is super important. And I've already come up with lots of examples of where it's already been helping. Two members who didn't know each other from different parts of my state, realizing that they could work together to get somebody elected who was going up against a really egregious MAGA right judge. The fact that they could organize and get that person elected with only the difference of a few hundred votes really made a difference. So this is the kind of culture that we're trying to build at Donors of Color and why mutual aid is so important.
All right, and then we have a second DOCN member who's going to come up and share her experience with mutual aid. Please give a round of applause to Irene Jones.
Can I stand here?
You can stand here.
Okay. I'm a woman of a certain age and certain abilities because I haven't exercised like I promised my doctor I would on a consistent basis, and it just wouldn't look real pretty me getting up and out of that seat in front of y'all with some cameras out. So I'm Irene Jones. I'm a relatively new member of the network of Donors of Color, and I will tell you, I'm from Jackson, Mississippi. So I currently domicile in Memphis, Tennessee, and sometimes outside of DC and Alexandria, which is where I was when the pandemic happened. And Mama, who I'm blessed with at 81, but she still works, is in Mississippi, so I got to be close, keep my eye on her. Donors of color, and what you may think of it, and I love that Reverend Yearwood, who I believe we connected at some point in life, and Jackie Patterson, who was up here earlier. I did a lot of work. I was in Mississippi when Katrina happened, and so in terms of mutual aid, I want to first say that we all have already participated in mutual aid. So by a show of hands, who's bought a cup of coffee or a meal for a stranger? Just raise your hands. All right. Now, it's a little tougher question. Who's given a sibling, a cousin, close high school friend, $50 when they needed it? Okay. See? Look, we've all participated in mutual aid. In communities of color, often we don't give ourselves enough credit for how we help each other. And when you try to scale that up is when it gets real tricky in terms of how we really make an impact. And it's an uncomfortable space that I'm still trying to figure out for myself. But having been a consultant who got 1099 to death after Hurricane Katrina, working with community groups across Mississippi, Louisiana, and people don't understand, Katrina also affected some folks in Alabama. And then the next cycle came through with the oil spill. Think about environmental things. I think about, I was in Jackson when we had a huge ice storm and the infrastructure failed. And you can go without water, or you can boil your water, but when you can't flush a toilet, that's a whole different thing. And understand, I was blessed. I was with my mother. We had more than one toilet, so we identified which was for which. Because we had relatively old. I didn't realize how many gallons of water it took to flush a toilet until that experience. Until you've lived through something, you can't even imagine what those things are like. So I approach philanthropy from a very unique perspective, based on where I'm from, based on the fact that I watched my father build a business, based on the fact that I have to deal with and still adjust to what does it mean now that he's deceased. All of these things play in, but we are all part of a mutual aid. And it's the very little things that you may notice. If you notice, like so many of you raise your hand to buy a cup of coffee for somebody, that when asked, you loan someone $50 that you knew you probably wouldn't get back, and you might need that $50, right? But it comes back, I tell people all the time, I'm trying to keep my karma good, right? I'm trying to keep it well. So it may be little bitty things. And in Donors of Color, which is it's a very new network. And I have to often remind staff and other members about how young they are. They just formed in 2019. There was a pandemic in 2020. And for those of you who are organizers, imagine, and some of you seeing a need and then having something worldwide happen and everyone having to figure out how to adjust to it. So we are, like everyone else, still trying to work every day and figure it out. And figuring out how to be very strategic and have impact. We recognize that there are groups that don't bubble up to some of your larger family foundations, your larger foundation that fund capacity, and that can do something more than giving something for 1 year. And as also an evaluator, that's my professional work, writing evaluations to help people keep their funding, to show what you've done, and you have a partnership with those funders. If it's the right funder, people always, do you write grants? I say, it's not about the writing of the grant. Somebody will fund what you do, It's how you got to find out who those people are and build that relationship, and build relationships with several, so that you know that when this 3 years runs out with this one, you're in year 2 with the other one. And then when that 1 year, you got this 5-year thing, so that you can look beyond right now. And I know it's difficult, because I've been there on that side too. But we're all in this mutual aid thing. So noticing something small and trying to have a strategic impact right at that level. That's the kind of story that I'm trying to figure out personally, in whatever little way that is, and being intentional. So I was told to give one example of intentionality. We give one personal example of intentionality. I wrote a dissertation years ago about Black bookstores. So books are a passion of mine, right? And it was a whole context of social entrepreneurship, which is what I felt community bookstores are. So in this world that we're in now, there's a little elementary school in Jackson, Mississippi called Isabel Elementary School in the public school system. Not my elementary school, which was public school, but it is one that is near Jackson State University. It is in an area where, the people who are having babies aren't living there really anymore. But there's a free library system there, which I know those of you who live in bigger markets have seen these. They're all around DC. But Mississippi is just now getting there, okay? And the concept of bringing the book back when you take it it's totally new. So of course, it's always empty. But what if someone like an Irene went and then researched a whole bunch of step into reading books who were not just had a person of color on the cover, but actually were written by a person of color? Then don't buy it from Amazon. Find a Black bookstore or community bookstore that you can talk to that can order those in bulk, and make sure that every single student in that school, before they take their summer break, has an age-appropriate, help them learn how to read book, not just a nice picture book, but that has a face that looks like them. And then I had to make sure, I took a lot of time, make sure that it was gender, that there weren't, because you find a lot of girl books, unfortunately, but not enough books in terms of young men. And I got nephews. I don't have nieces. I've godchildren that are boys and girls, but I got nephews, blood related. So I'm very sensitive about making sure that brown boys have books that look like brown boys. So making sure that happened. And that in the religious place of Mississippi, because when I got into the science fiction and fantasy, that I didn't want no reverend. I used to work with calling me about something. But that's specific and intentional. It took extra time and extra work, but I think that will reverberate better, because these are households that don't have books. These are households where the free library, the concept of returning it, a book is just something that because they've never had their own. So those are little bitty pieces, and that's something that you too can do, even if it's just that cousin, that friend, that young person, that 16-year-old, that 18-year-old, the 25-year-old that's having their first child and it's unexpected. We know, right? Let's look at giving them a box of diapers from Costco and a couple of books, and then hoping that will be that little drop in the water that will continue to reverberate, because we got to get to 2100, and we don't get there without other generations knowing how to read and think. Okay, thank you so much.
So a few years ago at DOCN, we produced a report called Philanthropy Always Looks and Sounds Like Somebody Else. And what we wanted to do was radically reshape how people saw philanthropy and how we see ourselves as people of color with the ability to help fund and support our own communities. And so that's what philanthropy looks like. Sharon Chin, and Irene Jones. So give them a round of applause. Okay, I'm looking for Satis. Are we ready for a panel 3? No, she's saying no. I will not. So they have a costume they want me to wear, and I refused.
I think this would be a good time, given that we're talking about mutual aid. I know that a lot of us work in community. We also wanted to pose a question to you guys. What have you seen and what in your work has been working in mutual aid? Have you been working on that? I know that we have some great panels that are coming up, but I just wanted to hear from you and what you see about that. So just maybe a couple of questions, and maybe the TOCN folks can answer as well.
Okay, stand up. Yeah, thank you. Move closer.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hi, my name is Cameron Louder. I'm a graduate of North Carolina A&T Aggie Pride. I needed to know who that was. Okay. And to speak on mutual aid, I've had the opportunity to work in a community garden where in Greensboro, also specifically Warnersville, is a historically black community, or the first historically black community in Greensboro, also a food desert. So working in a community garden was really impactful for me and the community that I had the privilege of getting my education in. So that's my experience with mutual aid.
Excellent. Oh. Next contributor. Oh, yes. I get to do my whole Oprah Winfrey. Yes. Here I come. Say your name.
Hello, everyone. My name is Janine Walker, and I work for an organization called Force of Nature. And we work on getting young people ages 16 to 35 involved in climate action. And what we do is we provide free programming and training pathways for young people to get involved with. And I think this is sort of our way to provide mutual aid for anyone in the world, anywhere. So we also do climate cafes, and we get our young people involved in hosting climate cafes in their communities. And we provide guiding for that, and we also provide funding for them as well. Sorry, I'm nervous. But yeah, so if you have any questions, be sure to come up to me afterwards if you want to get involved or learn about our programming, and yeah, get involved in climate action.
Next person. Oh, right here in front of me, sorry.
Thank you. Hi everyone, I'm Eloisa Trinidad. I'm the Executive Director at Chili's on Wheels, and we implement mutual aid as part of our organization from the very beginning. That's how we started, getting our people fed, getting our people clothed. We distribute to our returning relatives, which are coming out of prisons. We also feed our unhoused relatives while we work towards systemic change in food policy and transforming the food system. So people cannot wait for climate justice and food justice and food sovereignty, so we take care of that at the grassroots level.
Woo. There's someone else behind me. Anybody over there? There's somebody over there, or in the corner. I'm coming to you next. I didn't want to steal.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Manari Ushiwa, yo soy Zápara de Amazonía.
Good afternoon, my name is Manari Shigwa, I'm from the Sapara Nation from Ecuador.
Nosotros en la selva nos ayudamos mutuamente, es cuando una persona está haciendo una chacra, ayudamos toda la familia para que haga esa chacra y después y esas mismas personas nos ayudan a hacer otra chacra para otra familia. Entonces así nos ayudamos mutuamente para que haya emocionalmente estemos alineados, no solamente nosotros, también la selva y la tierra.
So for us in the jungle, he's from the Amazon. When one family wants to open up a forest garden, a chakra, all the families come together to help them work on that, and then when the work is done, then they go help the other family. So they're all helping each other, and that helps to keep them all aligned and balanced. And it's also good for the energy of the forest, that they stay in harmony and right relations with the forest.
Gracias, Vichaj.
I can ask a question too, right? Yes. Okay. My name's Haley. I work for Climate Justice Alliance. I work a lot with donors, trying to bring more donors into climate justice movement. And recently I've been noticing on LinkedIn and Climate Week calendar, there's just so many events that are titled how donors can be better and like how philanthropy can step up to this moment. And I've been reflecting on like reciprocity and mutual care. And I'm curious if there's any donors here that would want to share like what you need to feel like you can step up to this moment, and if there's any care that would help you like feel more comfortable and more invested in being in this community of like moving us to the world that I know we all want to be a part of.
So that was a very eloquent appeal to help her with her assignment. But any donors in the house that turns to self-care, care generally, did want to respond to that? All recipients in this house.
I'm not exactly a donor, but I am a program director at a foundation. But in answer to your question, since I joined the New York Community Trust, which is New York City's community foundation, but we have also a national, international environment program, focusing on environmental justice communities and frontline communities has been one of the pillars of our grant making over the last 11 years. So my answer to your question has to be more about what's happening right now in the broader philanthropic movement and how that's affecting me and how this conversation about mutual aid is important to me personally, because it really upsets me to see how what happened with the George Floyd and Breonna Taylor and those losses, those murders, and the racial justice movement that emerged from it, how that was only appears to only have been a blip in the broader philanthropic community, and the Donors of Color Network, the Climate Justice Pledge, sort of all emerged as part of that. But now we're facing an authoritarian fascist push in this country, and you see anticipatory obedience all over the philanthropic sector, all over these foundations. You see people sort of cringing and talking about changing their websites and everything else. And this is the mutual aid that I think people that are working in philanthropy and the donors that are philanthropy, we need to link arms and call that shit. I mean, call them on that shit, because that's absolutely unacceptable to me. And I have been doing that, but doesn't make me the most popular person, I have to tell you, in philanthropy. But so that's probably an area where we can use a little bit of mutual aid. Let's actually sit down with our allies, or those who should be allies, who are fair weather friends, and call them on that behavior.
Yes. Yes. Other comments? I mean, and that's, my Oprah Winfrey moment.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Patty Chang, and a call out to my colleagues, my brothers and sisters at Donor of Color Network. So in answer to your question of self-help, I am one of those weird individuals who does self-help through the work that I do. And I happen to run something called Feed the Hunger Fund. We're an organization that invests in small food entrepreneurs in Hawaii and in California. And coming from the other coast, some of you may not know, but Hawaii is one of the most food insecure places on the planet because we're 2,500 miles from any other landmass. So everything has to be brought in.
There's a lot of Puerto Ricans there. Both sides.
Yes, and we were involved, anyways. So what we do is we center on food because food is a nexus for immigration and labor and the environment and everything else that we in the social justice movement care about. So when I get asked by all of my colleagues and friends, why aren't you retiring? It's because I can't. I get energized by the work that I do. And weirdly enough, that is my self-help. So.
That part. Anybody else before I get the circular finger thing? Oh. There's one over there, and there's one over here. It's a plethora of riches.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm Ariana Tigre. I am with the Climate and Clean Energy Equity Fund. And when hearing about mutual aid, I think something that came up for me was within our organization, we have a lot of different grantee partners right now that we're anticipating millions of dollars in governmental funding that evaporated. And we have seen some folks show up with a lot of vulnerability and transparency about we have this much in operating expenses and we have till November and we won't exist beyond that without additional funds and support. And, you know, we have been able to expend some additional funds to help, but we know we can't do this alone. Like, we're not an endowed fund, we're an intermediary fund. And so we leaned on our partners. You know, we took this story, we let them know the urgency and severity and connected with other fellow funders and said, hey, we need to move quickly for this one grantee partner that's been really effective in their community for years and just got really hurt by hiring up for this expected money that was going to come through and then didn't come through, and saw that happen, saw people that were able to move funds and help to support this org. So I think even within philanthropy, there's a lot of room for mutual aid and opening up your vulnerability and trying to figure out, like, how do we come together to meet these different urgent moments, you know?
That's a really good one. Really good one. And I'm rushing around to the back. If there's one on the other side, I have an associate.
Hey, I'm Crystal Cook Marshall. I'm going to talk about something other than the poster upstairs, but we're also a year out from Hurricane Helene, which pretty much went underground in the news cycle. So there was incredible mutual aid and assistance all across the 1,200 miles that were affected, and that's how a lot of people survived and how we found, and the only thing that people had in order to get assistance was through mutual aid. So there are people at work trying to figure out how to more sort of codify that going forward, because we've had 1,200 floods in our region of Central Appalachia over the last 10 years. Hurricane Helene was misnamed a hurricane. It was a geologic event. It was so severe. So that's a big shout out to the folks in Central Appalachia doing that work. And also the unicorns. I work in North Carolina, and the unicorns in North Carolina are really specifically the Latino farm worker organizations. They're absolutely incredible and step up in times of beyond their regular duties to step up to offer mutual aid across the farm worker community, specifically through North Carolina and dipping down into South Carolina. And so during we were trying to offer them support for their regular duties while they were out offering the general communities mutual aid during Hurricane Helene. People don't realize there are a lot of farm workers in the mountains harvesting tobacco, your Christmas trees, your ornamentals for Christmas and so on. So they're really amazing, about 5 amazing groups in North Carolina doing incredible work and continue to do mutual aid above and beyond what their day job description is.
Anybody else? Ah, there's a finger over there. I have help over in the corner, but she's not as athletic. She might catch this one.
Hi, sorry, I'm like behind the pole over here. Hi, my name's Jennifer Summers, and I'm the co-executive director of Collectrify. We're a frontline-led energy fund. We were started by Jackie Patterson, Cecil Corbin, Mark, who I think most people in New York know very well. We were started to help protect homes. So we resource environmental justice and climate justice leaders to lead on their self-determined priorities when it comes to energy efficiency, weatherization, solar storage, and removing harmful combustion appliances out of homes through electrification. Sorry, I think I'm having this too close to my mouth. As we're talking about the conversation about mutual aid, one of the things that was really important to us in starting this fund is like how we can build relationships between the front lines and philanthropies. And we've created a community that was actually Cecil's idea, so that philanthropy and the front lines could be sharing their ideas. And to echo the woman who talked from the Climate and Clean Energy Equity Fund, we all know that it's such horrible times right now. To try to figure out how to make up all of these large gaps that Michelle Roos and others talked about this morning. And I think it's only through like continuing to have those conversations with philanthropy and all the amazing folks that are here today from the Donors of Color Network that we're going to be able to help ride this out. So I think the message for mutual aid is just like how we can continue conversations and how we can continue collaborating. So thank you.
Hi, everybody. I'm. Oh. I don't. Okay, move forward. Like a deer in the headlights. Sorry. Is this far enough forward? So I'm Paul Gallet. I'm part of the faculty and a researcher here at Columbia. I'm thrilled to be with you. And my mutual aid story / offer / request has to do with a project that we're doing with the city of New York, which has what they call a climate budgeting initiative, where they're trying to measure how well they're doing with their climate investments. And New York City is one of the municipalities around the world that really is investing in both decarbonization and surviving and thriving in a climate-challenged environment. And we've convinced them to start measuring social cohesion and community capacity better, because let's face it, without community capacity, you have no cohesion. Without cohesion, you have no bouncing back, let alone bouncing forward. So if folks are interested in knowing what are the measures that the city is thinking of using, I'm here. You can reach me through Isatis, through the initiative that's co-sponsoring the Environmental and Climate Justice at Columbia project. And if you have ways that you think are best to measure social cohesion and community capacity, or stories of success in doing so, please, I would like to know them, because my colleague Jackie Klopp quite properly said to me, and that's what inspired me to get up here, is that we should know what's going on elsewhere. And that's the whole notion behind mutual aid. So that's my offer and my request.
So, thank you. And we're winding this up, but Isatis, work a little slower, because what kind of coordinator has the outfit to match the theme of the day? Isatis, she's talking, but you guys don't overlook that. That is not, I've never seen that accomplished with this many colors in the logo and eloquently. Isatis, you have to stand and spin. No, come here. I'm like, who else could do this? This is gorgeous, right? Absolutely gorgeous. So with that, are we back?
We're back.
We're back. So thank you, everyone. Thank you for giving me an Oprah Winfrey moment.
Everybody give it up for Oprah Winfrey. Unfortunately, we don't have any cards to give out, but a clean energy car, an electric car, yes, okay. All right. Okay, so we are ready for our third panel. But first of all, was that not amazing? Did we not hear from some wonderful folks? And hopefully we're reminded of the power we have within our communities. So as we move into our third panel, we are excited to, in this next conversation, uplift Indigenous leadership, grassroots struggles, and policy frameworks that center reciprocity, regeneration, and justice for both people and the earth. And I'm excited to welcome to the stage our moderator for the third panel. Christina Douglas is an award-winning archaeologist whose research explores the dynamic co-evolution of people, land, and seascapes. She's a 2021 Carnegie Fellow and currently serves as an associate professor of climate at the Columbia Climate School. Her work is grounded in ethical, collaborative partnerships with local Indigenous and descendant communities as equal partners in the co-production of knowledge. And it is my great honor to welcome to the stage Christina Douglas.
Good afternoon, everyone. What a pleasure to be here. I'm so grateful to the organizers for inviting me to be a part of this conversation. I'm a little starstruck by the amount of powerful actors, thinkers, community members in this room. I was also just reflecting on the concept of a summit and what that word evokes. To me, it evokes elevation, it evokes looking up, looking beyond. And while I look out here at everybody who's gathered in this room, from seasoned leaders who have made a career in activism, mutual care and aid, and fighting for a better, just future for all of us, to students who have just started their master's programs here at Columbia, who are in the Columbia Climate School, I feel so much hope because the problems that we face are incredibly challenging, but the power that we all have is beyond measure, especially when we root that power in community and we focus, as I was hearing Paul just talk about now, on social cohesion. What does that mean to be in community? I know I'm preaching to the choir here, but as I say in my class, if we can practice in every aspect of our lives, being in community, acting on principles of community, what does that mean? We can all think about that. Then when we go out and act in other spaces at any scale, we're carrying with us those skills and those principles. And that is scalable globally, no matter what anybody tells you. I believe that that is scalable. So I'm really excited to be here. I'm also very excited to welcome my Aunt Joyce, who's here visiting me from the UK. I believe one of the principles of community is being transparent and open and vulnerable about who we are when we come to the table. And I'm a child who was adopted as a baby and was not raised by my biological family, and have, through a long journey with many challenges, moments of joy, and also moments of sadness, been trying to reconnect with my biological family. And this is a very special moment for me just this week that you all are also now a part of, because I'm reconnecting with my mom's family, proud member of the Lassé clan. I was born in Togo. And it's just really nice to be able to wrap in to my community here at Columbia, a member of my mom's family. So I'm really grateful to everyone for being a part of that moment. I'm just going to steal a couple of quick minutes just to share a little bit about the work that we're doing in Madagascar. So again, as part of this transparency, but also hoping and yearning for more connections, more opportunities to build our networks, our mutual aid, our cross-pollination and thinking and approaches. I'm inviting everybody to, come and talk to me, share your ideas, etc. I'm an archaeologist by training, meaning that I focus primarily on understanding how communities in the past adapted to changes in their environments, in the climate, and especially I'm interested in how communities over many generations transmitted the knowledge of what worked and what didn't work. As a human family, we are exceptional in our ability to accumulate knowledge and understanding. We are also exceptional in our ability to transmit that knowledge and understanding. But the mechanisms by which we do so remain one of the most understudied aspects of human history and evolution. How do people, going back hundreds of thousands of years to the very earliest days of our modern human selves, transmit knowledge across generations? How do they do it? We might think of genetics. Of course, we transmit things through our genes. But the way humans transmit knowledge is far more complex and all-encompassing than that. We transmit knowledge through our landscapes, our seascapes, through the other beings that occupy the planet alongside us. We transmit knowledge through stories and storytelling, as you just heard a few minutes ago. There are so many ways in which we do that. We also transmit knowledge through our embodied practices, and this is a focus of our research right now, where we're integrating practices like dance, capoeira, which is an Afro-Brazilian martial art, music, into the process of doing climate-related research and trying to understand how people remember strategies that worked and transmit them. Oftentimes when we get together in circles to dance, or when we share food in community, we are doing a lot more than dancing or making music or celebrating. We're sharing information and we're encoding it, embodying it in our very selves. So we're using arts in climate science to try to better understand those mechanisms by which people transmit adaptive information over many generations. And in that light, I'd like to flag that on October 9th through the 11th, just uptown at 125th Street and Broadway, we're hosting a capoeira event that is going to also be a special social memory active research opportunity with the community. We'll have 6 community members from Southwest Madagascar, from the communities of Vilendriek, where I work, joining us for that event, and we're going to be exploring these ideas of knowledge transmission, embodied practice, and how this can help us build stronger communities today and tomorrow. Our work in Madagascar is based in a marine protected area that's home to communities of farmers, fishers, herders, who in 2007 began to formalize a kind of mutual aid process, an organization that is now managing collectively common resources in the fishery and the coastline. And we've been trying to document the last few thousand years of life on that coastline, where communities have experienced a lot of dramatic changes in climate and environment, including the extinction of many beings that once occupied those territories. And our goal really is to understand the past. It may sound cliche, but to better understand our future. And so we use a combination of different scientific approaches, from archaeology, paleoclimate, oral history, which includes not just capturing the oral histories of human communities, but also inviting elders who are other beings, like coral colonies who have lived for 500 or 600 years, baobab trees who may have lived over 1,000 years, as elders and witnesses that can also contribute their knowledge and experience to the project. So we've been working there for the last 15 years, and it's a project that continues to grow, and hopefully with all of your wonderful insight, participation, we'll continue to learn and become wiser as we try to all better understand this world that we're living in and how we can shape the future in a way that will benefit all, human and other beings. So with that, I'd like to invite up here the panelists for this session. I think a couple of our panelists are not able to be with us right now, if that's right, Isatis? Okay, so I'd like to invite up here all of the panelists who are here. I'm not sure who is not here. Okay, I see Bodhi's here. Come on up, and then what I'll have you do is... Oh, I forgot to introduce Kiwi. This is Kiwi. Thank you. So I think in the same vein, I would just like to start this panel by inviting everyone to introduce themselves and focusing perhaps the lens of the introduction on your relationship to place and how that relationship has shaped your work and the principles on which you do that work. And I like to do in my class too a kind of social mapping where I always ask students, apologies to the adaptation class this semester, there's over 200 of you, and my co-instructors would never let us take all the time to do this kind of social mapping, but we can do it outside of class. But the social mapping is a set of questions to try to really break down the barriers that usually stand in our way in terms of building really deep, strong connections right from the get-go. And one of the questions I always like to ask is, what is your origin story behind your name? So as you share who you are and your connection to place, what is your origin story? We can go in any order, whoever feels moved to speak.
Hello, maybe I can start. Hello everybody, Kopi Vosian means is hello in Kadazan, that's my native language. So I come from Sabah, Malaysia. So yeah, my organization, Stony Bung, is an indigenous-led renewable energy practitioner. So yeah, how did I get the name? My name, Alice is a regular name, but GPUs come from my family name, which is a native, an indigenous from Sabah. We are Kadazan, and we are live near the town. So GPUs mean we are from town, but we are still related to our indigenous brothers and sisters in the rural area. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Marisa Reyes Diaz. I'm from Puerto Rico, Borinquen. Thank you. In the Caribbean, and I feel sometimes that I represent more than Puerto Rico because the Caribbean is in a struggle. So when I try to be in a place when I can raise my voice, I always try to bring all the islands that are in a struggle over there. So I don't feel alone. And the story of my family is just like that. It's a struggle like many families in Puerto Rico. And I am a peasant, agroecological peasant farmer. I work the land. That's my way to taking care of the land and at the same time to take care of the people and do mutual aid at the same time. So my story with the land is how we eat and how we relate with the food, but also how we protect to the people that grow the food, how we make sure that the people has access to land to have wonderful food in our tables. If we enjoy the food, we enjoy the family meetings around the table, it's because we have good quality food and doesn't came from industry, came from peasants' hands that work the land and many times doesn't have access to land. So my story is more to connecting with the land and how the people know the importance of the access to land. Because I were in that struggle and I know that I need to make sure that many other people don't have to pass the same path that I have to. So I will keep there.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for that amazing question. My name is Zulma Arias. I am an immigrant from El Salvador. According to my DNA, I'm 70% indigenous to that part of the land. What I bring into my work, I'm an organizer. I've been organizing for 25 years. But when I was 13, I left my country of El Salvador due to war. And over the last 40 years, I've made a new home in Kansas, the state of Kansas, in the middle of this country. What I bring into my work is a belief, and the reason why I do this work is because at the core, I believe in organizing as the antidote to the isolation that we face in this world, in this moment, and for the past few decades. And I believe that organizing is the antidote that can not only solve some of the biggest challenges that we have in our world today, but is also what can bring about a democracy that truly works for all of us. And that's what I bring into the work and everything I do.
Aunties first, of course. Just like you, I come from the ocean too. My ancestors came from a very hot part of central India, and they followed a pathway of water to nourish the agriculture and the crops that we needed to grow to survive in times of famine and malnutrition, water that would eventually flow to the ocean. So my ancestors chose the name for me Bodhi, which stems from Bodhisattva, which is Siddhartha Gautama post-enlightenment under the Bodhi tree. While I would not profess that I'm enlightened by any means, in fact, quite the opposite at times, I feel like that is quite an honor and responsibility to live up to. And this pathway of enlightenment is something that I see in my work every day, working with oceanic beings, creatures like whales and sharks, people that work on the front lines of the ocean climate movement, people that are fighting against extractive industries, deep seabed mining, new industries that want to take from the very sacred life force that the ocean provides, the oxygen that we breathe, the origin of our existence on this planet. So I feel like my ancestors would be kind of happy, but they know they'd give me a good kick in the ass as well to keep doing ocean defense work. And it's an honor to be here and also share our origin stories, because I think every day we stand on the shoulders of our ancestors, but we live and serve our future ancestors and those to come. And I think that intergenerational legacy has so much power and value. And when we think about long-term systems of change, that's what we're building today in this room, but in all of our work, in our philanthropic services, in our giving, in our movement building and advocacy, and so much more. So I'm so stoked to be here.
I'm moved that everyone on this stage invoked their ancestors in answering that question and in introducing yourselves. There is an article that I assigned in the adaptation class recently by Kyle White, who's an indigenous scholar, who invites us to think about our relationship to our ancestors, but also our relationship to place as future ancestors. And so I'm going to frame this question open to everyone here. As we think about ourselves as future ancestors and the incredible perils that our lands, our oceans, our rivers, our forests are under, extractivism, all kinds of injustices that impact people and other beings, how do we center climate justice in the stewardship and governance of our lands, our seas? And what does that actually look like? What does justice look like at the center of stewardship and governance in your respective areas of work, in the places that you feel tied to, and more broadly?
Auntie's first this time? No? Okay. Building off the mutual aid conversation, I just wanted to share 3 things that I thought were really practical tools to distribute wealth from the hands of a few with those in power to the hands of many with those who are generating power. So for the last 5 years, I've been building an organization called Ocean Uprise. We teach kids, first of all, who loves the ocean here? Who's scared of the ocean? Or sometimes has fears, right? So Ocean Uprise is all about getting kids to fall in love with the ocean. We educate, we train, we teach them how to swim, teach them how to plant coral, steward mangroves, understand the kelp forests, basically the whole gambit of how to connect, understand, and utilize their powers to build ocean stewardship techniques. And what I've encountered is so many barriers of access to finance. So rather than waiting for people to start cutting me bigger checks, I just went out there and started asking. And over the years, I've been fundraising for young people all around the world. It's now evolved to a fund in partnership with Lindblad and National Geographic Expeditions that takes people all around the world, luxury trips to luxury destinations, and goes and directly funds indigenous communities in some of the most remote places on Earth. And as that builds out, I've realized some useful tools. The first being, we have to understand that the redistribution of wealth and power emerges from this sense of connectivity. And whether that shared sense of connectivity is through food systems or through this beautiful eye of a humpback whale that a billionaire happens to connect with just like you do when you take them swimming. And yes, that's happened. There is a mechanism of human connection and human understanding that we must utilize and tap into. So regardless of what that is in your field and respective sector, I think it's untapped and underutilized, but that has huge potential. So the second thing is asking for wealth is actually a mutual win-win for those writing checks and those asking. Because for philanthropists in many cases, and some of the philanthropists I work with in the ocean space, including a large Australian philanthropy called the Minderoo Foundation that has access to over $3 billion worth of assets, they want to write people checks. They want to support the next generation of leaders. They want to invest in a climate secure future. They want to invest in good tech, entrepreneurship, businesses, and people that really care and invest in this for the long run. So when you're thinking about acquiring wealth, don't always think about chasing something. Let things come to you. I know that can be hard sometimes when we're operating on shoestring budgets. At the start of Ocean Uprise, we literally had $1,000, me and a couple volunteers I recruited from the streets, and now it's over 5,000 youth in 120 countries. We have chapters. We just had a summit on the North Shore of Oahu in Hawaii where we brought together surfers and divers and ocean justice activists to come together and essentially help support the future of ocean conservation. But don't always chase after the money. You're making someone's life easier. You're saying, hey, this check is going to do X, Y, and Z for you and your mission. Let's partner. So maybe just a slight reframe that a funder told me, and maybe that's something that's useful to pass along. And the third thing is be super bold. I think I've realized in owning who you are, owning your origin story, developing your personal brand, developing your organizational capacity, you should be as bold and relentless as you possibly can. And I know people have different risk tolerances in the room, and I'm okay with going up to a fossil fuel CEO or someone and having a pretty hardcore debate on stage, or getting involved in a deep seabed mining essentially hype session, and going to the investors and telling them you should pull out your investments right away. This is an extractive industry that will collapse really quickly. Super quick, and then I'll pass it over. Who heard of deep seabed mining? Okay, so half of the folks in the room. Basically, the 10-second version is, it's like clear cutting the Amazon, but it's underwater, so you don't see it. And it's an extractive industry that we must stop. But on this third point of being bold, you really need to understand that people have invested in all sorts of different extractive processes. Right now, I'm finishing my master's degree in business, funnily enough, at the University of British Columbia, and they want to have shareholder returns. But investing in the future of our planet, and whether that's philanthropy, whether that's VC capital, whether that's other sorts of funds that are focused on community, really means showing the long game. So it ties back to our ancestors and building for our future ancestors. How can you convince those folks that might have invested in deep sea mining, and when I talk to them, we talk about 10, 100-year horizons, they also know it's not going to profit by extracting tiny little poop-sized particles from minerals off the seafloor and sacrificing the ocean's health. So those are the three things. Really be bold and audacious. Know that funders are going to help you because you're helping them, and always honor your ancestry. So yeah, sorry for that longer one, but I hope that adds a little bit of context to the mutual aid epic tips you gave.
Thank you. Wow, very inspiring, and you just inspired me to forgo my talking points here a little bit and talk about the number one thing that organizing is about, which is about connection and relationship. And at the core, everything we try to do every day is about connection and relationship, which is the most important, powerful resource we have as human beings, and which is the resource for organizing. But so I'm the executive director of an organization called People's Action Institute, which is a national network of 41 grassroots affiliates in 30 states. And the work that we've done for the past 50 years is all about winning real policies for people that they can see in their daily lives and that they are part of. So everything that we do when it comes to our work is about engaging people. And the role that I play here in this panel is when you ask about why is it important for us to see organizing and the engagement of people as governance, is because everything we do for us, government is the prize, and everything we do, how we frame our organizing, what we do, is all about how we want to govern ourselves, the world that we want to live in, how we want our children to live, and that means how we use our resources. But when you organize and when you go knock on somebody's door who works 10 hours a day, you don't have time to, do all the spiel of what does it mean to fossil fuels versus the gas and the electric stove. At the end of the day, when you only have, maybe sometimes 10 minutes to knock on a door and ask people what's hurting, they're going to tell you, my utility bill was just $500 this month. And then you as an organizer can connect the dots and say and help that person understand. When you hear, you're picking up on the things that you know that you can connect and begin a story. So a utility bill being too high could be an on-ramp to people actually understanding the role of utility companies, the corporations that are making billions of dollars hurting our planet just to get power to your stove or gas to your stove. And so the way that we work in our communities is by engaging community. And let me just give you two short examples. In Nevada, our affiliate called Progressive Leadership Alliance of Nevada, PLAN, they recently turned out the historic number of people to a Public Utilities Commission hearing, and everyday I don't know if anybody understands what a utility commission is, but who ends up after 9 hours of work? You know what I'm going to do this Wednesday night? I'm going to go to the Public Utilities Commission hearing, right? It takes an organizer to do that. It takes someone really helping people understand. So they were able to turn out the highest number of anybody coming to a hearing. And because of that, they were able to stop the outrageous dirty energy rate increase by Nevada Energy, which is owned by Berkshire Hathaway, a corporate-owned utility, making billions of dollars, but most people won't have time unless an organizer came to the door. In New York, our affiliate Push Buffalo and Citizen Action New York organized key constituents in a politically important part of upstate New York to secure a key compromise, the end of the so-called 100-foot rule. That means that ratepayers will no longer have to pay for new fossil gas hookups. Either the industry will have to shoulder the cost, or they will have to shift to a cheaper, cleaner, renewable energy. What these two things have in common is that an organizer had to make meaning for that, for people, had to knock on the door, had to find where it hurts, and most of the hurt in this moment, just so you know, everything our communities are experiencing is the hurt, is the pocketbook, is an economy hurt. And the key there is to understand that through organizing that is rooted in a vision of how we bring about change and how people are impacted and connecting to that. That's what we do every day. But we cannot win if we don't organize people, because in this country we have the technology, we have the resources, but we don't have is the political will to have change. And in a country where you believe in democratic values, it will be the people united and who are directly impacted who will not only get the win, but are able to sustain the win, and that only happens through organizing, which is what we do. And believe me, I don't have any illusions that in this moment the norms apply, because we all know what we're facing, but at the end it will take people if we're going to sustain it or rebuild whatever, and if we're able to stop the full consolidation of the power, it will take organizing.
For me, it's difficult to, summarize everything, but in 2014, I decided that I want to be a farmer without access to land. And so I start to talk to people that want to do the same in an agroecological way. Agroecology means that you follow the ecosystem. You don't go against the ecosystem. You look at forests, nobody take care of forests. They just take care by themselves. So we try to imitate what happened in a forest, but with the food production. So we are working with the soils and with the ecosystem to build a very resistant ecosystem. So I decided that I want to do it in a collective way, that I don't want to do it alone. So a couple people that doesn't have access to land came together to decide how we do this, how we access to land. And we managed to access to a piece of land in one of the richest part of the island that is, oh my goodness, the gentrification is awful, but we do a great job growing food, connecting with the community. And after 6 years that all the trees are getting bigger and giving a lot of productions, they say we need to sell, so you have to move. So we have to start again. And it still is emotional for me. And we're involved in a lot of political things because we know that the food productions and the access to land is a political aspect. It's not just climate or environmental thing, it's also a political aspect. So we were talking about how we can do stewardship, how we can do community governments. And with that, we bring together El Instituto para la Agroecología, and with that process, we start to capture money to buy land, to give it land to the people that doesn't have access, or we're in a big vulnerability of losing the piece of land that they're working. And with that process, we managed to find 15 acres for 2 women to work the land. I am there right now. I can grow food because we put together this stewardship to make sure that the people that grow the food can access to the land, but at the same time to make sure that we decide how we grow the food, which food. Puerto Rico have 85% of insecurity. We receive a lot of the fruit from outside of the island, and when the hurricane hits, we lost access to security food. If we don't have food in the land, then we don't have anything. So it's very important to produce food, but at the same time, the government is not giving anything about how the island can sustain by itself. So what happens, what have to do? The people need to organize the agriculture sector, especially agroecology, because we are not recognized by the government as food producers. We need to organize and came together to decide how we need to govern the land, how we protect at the same time the land that produces the food. So for us, doing it is a process. It's not everything complete. It's not everything perfect, but everything is human, and it's from the producer's hands that are getting together to talk about how we take care of the land that produce food, give us house, give us everything. So for me, stewardship and community governance is talking about with a lot of peasants, a lot of farmers, agroecological farmers that know that if we don't have a healthy environmental, we don't have food. The smart agriculture is not going to solve the food problem. It's going to be from the peasants. It's going to be from the small farmers that are already giving a lot of the heart and the work to doing that. So, yeah. Thank you.
So, yeah, for us, Tony Bong, we build the renewable energy system. We have this program called Community-Based Renewable Energy Project. So the main purpose of the project was, first of all, to protect our forests. So our system is a micro-hydro system, is a runoff river system. And from that system, which what we call a community-based renewable energy, we have all these components, which is FPIC, and we have an energy committee, we have mapping of the watershed, and we also have a protocol, community protocol. So the system itself is protecting the forest because I wanted the community, our indigenous people, we treat the forest as our power plant, where if you don't protect your watershed, then you will not have electricity. So a few years back, like 10 years ago, my community in the rural area, we are facing with the threat because the government is going to build a dam in our village. It's going to submerge about 7 villages, which all belong to indigenous community, which is Kadazan Dusun. So, there was no car flipping and all that, but it was more on a silent where the government refused to give electricity. There's no basic necessities, no road is built to my community. So the community who are resisting, because we don't want our ancestral land to be submerged. But how can we live if we don't have all those necessities, especially on electricity, and we don't have internet? There is no way we can connect with the outside world. So we have done an FPIC with the community, and what we have come up with is a micro-hydro system. Each village, we communally build the system, and then we have electricity. With electricity, we have lights, and of course, we have connection. When you have connection, all of the village are connected, and it strengthens us. And it give help. I mean, people from outside especially help us how to overcome this, how to make it known to the government that we are opposed to this dam. Because the dam is, for the government, is to provide clean water for the, in the city. But we give solution that instead of building a dam, why don't you repair all those leakages? So that's we have give because we resist and we give solution. So that's how we manage to get all the solution, because there's electricity and there's communication. So in a way, it brings us together because of this renewable energy. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I want to do just a quick time check. Isatis, are we okay to just 1 minute? Oh my. Okay. Okay, so everybody in the last round of comments emphasized connection in different ways from different perspectives, whether it's connecting to another being like a whale, to understand our sort of connection to the world and be able to contribute as a donor, or connecting to the real on-the-ground grassroots issues and the policy sort of steps that we can all contribute to improve our lives, our living conditions, or connecting to the land and overcoming things like extreme displacement and disconnection through industrial farming and food systems, or connecting really as a community and being able to collectively then support our energy and other needs. So maybe we can all close by sharing another example of where either there's been a serious disconnection that's preventing us from centering justice in climate work, or perhaps even a very hopeful example of how a reconnection is being effectively sort of used to advance justice goals. Again, everyone has such different backgrounds and perspectives, but really I'm just awed by how much connection is showing up as a kind of fundamental and core principle of justice-related work. So let's do that, and again, whoever feels moved to speak can go ahead and take the floor.
I think I can be very short, maybe, for that. So there is a lot of people that start to know that 8 to 5 work was not enough for our souls. And I think my generations and the younger ones are starting to know that they want to connect with the land again, and not necessarily have the power or the money or anything to do it. So opening the farm to people that need to connect with the land has been a very powerful thing to see the transformation of the people and how they can be promoters of agroecology, but also to taking care of the ecosystem. So for us, it's not just to producing food, but it's also to have an open space, a secure space for women, for communities that normally are in a lot of vulnerability, to look the land as a place of love and care, and not exploitation or hard work that doesn't pay enough. It's just a place of taking care of each other, land and people. Yeah.
I feel like the crisis of disconnect is playing out in this country right now. There are so many people that don't trust institutions, they don't trust government, let alone sometimes not even their neighbor, because 7 out of 10 people don't know their neighbor anymore in this country. So I think at the core, the power of a strong democracy is people connecting to each other, but that means letting go of the things that are keeping us busy because of where we're putting our priorities. And in my role, organizing is about connection and relationship, and the crisis that we're seeing in this moment is a crisis of distrust and disconnect because our minds and our priorities are either very, in what we consume and just in a lot of things that are not about connecting to people and to each other. And so I think we have an opportunity to do the total opposite and prioritize connecting to human beings, other individuals in our neighborhoods and across race and place. And that's why I do my work, and that's my focus.
So in my community, so when we have the renewable energy system and there's a governance system, so we have this practice of protecting the forest and also our river, which is called tagal. Tagal in English means to forbid. So you are on certain part of the river, and of course the forest, you are not allowed to harvest, especially the fish species, no cutting trees, no agriculture activities. That is called tagal. So this practice will last about 5 to 6 years, and we will open them at least like a month in certain times. So it is like during like a harvest festival and we need fish, so it will open the tagal at least a week. And those practice make us more closer to our land, because we see that the need to protect our resource. People nowadays, they don't care. They just take what they want and leave nothing for others. But our system, we have this, what we call Gompi Guno. Take only what you need and leave the rest to thrive. So yeah, in this, our renewable and community-based renewable energy, we practice this, our all indigenous tradition. So in a way, like during the pandemic, where people are like, they don't have food or resource like that, we still manage to survive because we have all this resource. And yeah, this is what makes us closer to the land and make us want to protect it more, because what we used to call the forest is our market. So we can take whatever we want, but still leave something for the others. Thank you.
I'll let you in on a secret. The biggest entity that we have in common is the ocean. The ocean is one of the greatest allies in the fight against climate change. The ocean is one of the most untapped resources in your life and work. Quite literally, if you're farming on the highlands or you're working on the front lines, everything flows to the ocean. So use the ocean as your ally. Use matrilineal societies in the ocean, like highly intelligent killer whale and humpback whale species, as guardians, as reminders that there's all sorts of ways to form connection. Recognize that the ancient stewardship practices that have sustained the ocean and will continue to do so have been led through not just traditional ecological knowledge, but in fact, indigenous science mechanisms. Let's begin to recognize indigenous science for what it is. Let's also recognize the importance of allyship in academia, in the private sector, and government for funding, and most importantly, supporting indigenous scientists, indigenous leaders, and those who have traditionally guarded our natural assets, our precious oceanic heritage, on the boards of companies, is in the C-suites of organizations, and most importantly, in the halls of decision-making, because that's how we start to fundamentally change these systems for the long term. So remember that the ocean is our friend, and are you a friend of the ocean?
Thank you all. The time we had was very short on this stage, but I think the theme here is seeds that are being planted for future connections. So thank you all on behalf of myself and Kiwi for being in conversation today. And with that, we'll pass it to the organizers to continue the program. Thank you, Bodhi. Thank you, Sulma. Thank you, Marisa. Thank you, Alice. Thank you.
Okay, can we give another round of applause for that panel? Okay, all right. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap twice. If you can hear me, clap 3 times. Okay, we are almost at the end of the day. We're almost there, and I think it's been a power-packed day. Before we move to our next panel, I just want to acknowledge that our slide, Soma, one moment before you leave, our slide that was up at the beginning of the panel did not include Soma, and I want to apologize. I do want to apologize for that oversight, but we corrected it. But my apologies. Please accept our apologies. But again, let's give a round of applause to that last panel. Okay, so panel 4 is going to focus on system shifts from exploitation to regeneration. And we're going to be looking at the global fight for reparations and the shrinking civic space where defenders continue to resist. And we have to moderate that panel. We have the one, the only, our coordinator for the day, Dr. Isatis M. Centron Rodriguez. She is a climate scientist, activist, and governance expert working at the intersection of atmospheric chemistry, policy, and community-led climate action. Her work bridges scientific research and real-world application, advancing justice-centered solutions from the Arctic to the tropics. She's the founder and director of ACE Observatory and Climate Trace Puerto Rico, a community-based initiative advancing participatory climate governance, resistance mapping, and capacity building for climate justice. But most importantly, for our purposes, Isatis has dedicated quite a bit of time and energy to coordinating this day. And so I want us to publicly thank Isatis. For the extraordinary leadership that she has given to bringing so many great partners together and making this day happen. This is the last you'll hear from me. Isatis is going to close us out, so I want to thank you for allowing me to be your MC for the day and encourage you to keep the faith as we continue in the struggle together. Isatis.
All right, so this is the last panel, and I want to invite my speakers to the stage. I think that we have heard today that trust is in very high demand at the moment. There is a lot of problems with multilateral processes and national processes. So we're going to hear, because we're just about a few months before COP30 ranges on in Belém, Brazil. So we want to hear from some of the panelists to see, like what are their insights, what are they thinking. We also have an ICJ case that came out and Vanuatu was leading that. So with that, I want to welcome to the stage Mr. Balcom Delesa from the government of Vanuatu and Andrea Coutinho, she's the executive director of the Brazilian Center for Climate Justice and part of the adaptation committee for COP30. We also have Professor Nana Ama Brown Cluster. She's Ghana's CEO of the EPA. And then also we have Gillian Martin from the government of Scotland, and she is the member of parliament. So please give them a round of applause, and please join me on stage. First give you, just like a brief moment to talk about your work and the importance of this moment. So it's like your name and how are you connecting to this moment moving towards COP30. Can you hear me? No, right? Can you hear me from this? No, right? It's off. Okay. Now? Yes. Okay. Great. All right. So first off, I want you to introduce yourself by talking to us about how your work connects to this moment in the lead to COP30.
Yeah, I'm Professor Nana Brown Cluche. I'm a physics professor from the University of Ghana, but also currently work as the Chief Executive Officer of the Ghana's Environmental Protection Authority. So in my office, we coordinate the UNFCCC activities. So I don't know if that's a connection enough, but I work largely, we look at the climate change desk, also it's in the office. So we have the carbon market office as well. So everything about climate change, my institution coordinated in the country. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Malcolm Delesa with the mission of Vanuatu. Very much delighted to be invited as part of the panel and amongst a very distinguished group of panelists. I work as a climate attaché with our Vanuatu mission to the UN, and my being here is I've been engaged and involved with our climate diplomacy program, as well as supporting this whole ICJ advisory opinion initiative. So very much in line with this whole climate justice discussion going on today. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Oh my God. Hi. Good afternoon, everyone. Happy Sunday. I'm so happy to be here for the second year in the Climate Justice Summit. And my name is Andrea. I'm from Brazil. I'm from Rio de Janeiro, but I live in Brasilia right now. And I'm a climate justice journalist and lead an organization titled Brazilian Center for Climate Justice, which is a civil society organization focused on racial justice and climate justice. So in Brazil, if you don't know, more than 56% of the entire population is Black. And we are committed to communications, data-driven studies, and research culture, and climate education for Black people centered at the climate agenda. So I'm so happy to be here because as a journalist, I'm very committed to how we are saying our key messages, how we are saying our fights and our commitments. We are using the traditional media, we are using the social media, how we are confronting the misinformation. So I think the way we say it's more important in times of conflict of narratives. That's why my work is led by communications as a tool, as a power, and deeply committed with racial justice for Afro-descendant and Black people. Thank you so much.
Hi everyone, I'm Gillian Martin and I am from the Scottish Government. I am the Cabinet Secretary for Climate Action and Energy. And the Scottish Government is also involved in a couple of we hope, quite influential bodies. We are the co-chairs of the Under 2 Coalition and the Regions 4 Coalition, which bring together sub-national governments from across the world to show that there's an awful lot of action in terms of advocacy for climate justice, work on climate justice, and also movement towards, in our own countries, in our own subnational areas, work that can be done to be reaching net zero and playing our part. So we're bringing, hopefully, some of the inspiration from, we hosted COP26 in Glasgow, we established a Climate Justice Fund, we, at every COP and indeed in New York Climate Week, we are able to exemplify why our approach is working and making a difference.
I'm so excited to be with all of you here today. I want to, preface some of the work that we are trying to elevate as well here, and it's that often the work of whether that is bilateral or whether that is philanthropy, it's seen as charity, right? And the frontline communities are saying this is money that is owed to us, right? Like whether we're talking about solidarity or reparations, that is an important framing that we're seeing being elevated in these spaces. And importantly for that, also movement is also a case that was brought to the International Court of Justice, and Vanuatu was a very good leader in that, and we're so very thankful that Vanuatu was able to support the Pacific students that had a vision. So I want to ask Malcolm, what does people's democracy from the Pacific teach us about holding the world accountable and making sure that we are bringing the ICJ into the international negotiating spaces?
Yeah, thank you for that question. It's a very critical, I guess, ask as far as people's diplomacy is concerned, and taking the voices of the frontline communities, especially at the highest level with international law domain. And I see that in three thrusts, especially with this whole experience. Firstly, the youth leadership and accountability. And as mentioned, this whole initiative stemmed from 27 or so law students from the Pacific in their aspiration and their belief to secure their own future, a future that they're looking for, a thrivable and prosperous future. And in asking more of their leaders for accountability and commitment as far as climate action is concerned, not just in terms of pledges or ambition, but translating into committed action, committed climate finance and committed on-the-ground implementation actions, and as well as galvanizing and mobilizing global youth behind this whole initiative, this whole undertaking. So, youth have been very pivotal and active as far as leadership and demanding more from leaders across the globe as far as accountability is concerned when it comes to climate change frameworks or international law. The other point is demonstrating the collective will of the most vulnerable, a collective will from the vulnerable communities has been, as we've seen, a very seismic force, a transformative force as far as international law, international relations is concerned, and the whole effort and commitment to galvanize and mobilize voices from the SIDS and the Global South in such a way that it translated into one of the most highly progressive ICJ advisory opinion or pronouncements as far as climate change and human rights is concerned. And this demonstrated as far as having 91 written statements and 62 written comments, and even when it came to the oral hearings with participation from 96 states and I think 11 international organizations. So it demonstrates this whole power of coordination and advocacy from the most, the frontline communities, the most vulnerable as far as climate change and global risks is concerned. Now, leading or very much, I guess, similar to this whole the demonstration of collective will from the marginalized or most vulnerable communities is what we can see as having the voices of the frontline communities in the center of climate change governance and international environmental law in that it has demonstrated that communities, when it comes to, when we've seen as far as their own participation in this whole proceedings, having youth and testimonies from frontline communities, as right up to the ICJ, which has very much demonstrated and translated and shown that you need the voices of the most frontline or the most vulnerable communities or people within those spaces to make that impact, and this is what we've seen with the whole ICJ. So those three broad elements as far as the youth leadership and their demand for accountability and having the collective will of the most vulnerable within those particular spaces, and then centering those particular voices within the processes and proceedings as far as international law domains is concerned.
So this case is very important because often there has been this question about accountability and historical responsibility, and the courts have spoken. The courts have said that the governments have the responsibility, and in them not acting in their most ambitious way, they are infringing into international law. And this is very important, and it will be very interesting to see how this plays out in the negotiations. But also we are in a time where science is on attack, right? Like even from Pacific Islands, we have heard the call for keeping the 1.5, which is escaping away. So I wanted to turn into Nana, given that you are in the intersection between policy and science. And I wanted to ask you both, how do we bring and build a governance with indigenous knowledge, but also how do we ensure that the science at this point that is being attacked not only in this country, but also internationally? We saw back in the negotiations in summer that was a highly contentious issue. So if you can say, like, how do we ensure that we keep science and build a governance with indigenous-led knowledge?
Thank you. So I believe that policy implementation, you work with the people. And so the people must understand what you want to implement. And more importantly, you have to define the problem with the people and co-design the solutions together. So the same people you want to implement the decisions of the policies on must be part of the decision making. With that, it's easier. And I use Ghana as an example here. We used to have a community that preserved the environment. So we had taboos, we have traditional rules, we have their own indigenous knowledge of practicing and preserving the environment, including the changes in the climate system. They didn't define it as climate change. Science got to give to them the definition of climate change, but you got to know that they knew it even before we say we brought the science to them. So they had their own way of preserving the environment. Today, they sit and say, they said we should do that. They said we should we should do things this way and that way. And so you clearly can see that there's a difference, there's a disconnect between the policy we want to implement and the people who will have to carry things on. And so we need to probably get back onto the table in this planning and decision and making, redefining how people should take certain actions in their communities. Indigenous knowledge is, I don't know to call it the best way, but I think science must learn from indigenous way of doing things. And then yes, we can modify things, but then we should not leave out our indigenous way of doing things, because that disconnect is what is actually hurting us. We can do all the science, we can do all the beautiful policies, but if the implementation doesn't get to the people the right way, they will not use it. So that we bring in technology, we leave out the cultural, the social aspect of the people, and we want to dump technology on the people. It takes a very long time for its acceptance and the usability of the technology, however clean, however good it may be. So we should put the two together as we move. So the decisions we make at a high level, at COP, at the UN level, at all the levels, must also get to the people. People must have input into those decisions. It makes implementation much easier. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think in that implementing aspect is very important. I think one negotiator once said to me, when something is not a budget item, it doesn't exist. So it's very interesting to see governments taking the lead. And we know that Scotland took or established the first ever Climate Justice Fund. And also was one of the first ones to contribute to the Loss and Damage Fund. And one of the main advocacy asks from civil society is that this money gets to communities. So I wanted to ask, in your, what lessons have you learned, and how do you see that evolving in the upcoming years?
Well, I guess the establishment of Loss and Damage Fund was a result of political leadership from our former First Minister, Nicola Sturgeon. Nicola Sturgeon was First Minister at the time at which COP26 was happening in Glasgow, and saw that the real sticking point in all the COPs before, and indeed since, unfortunately, has been the pledging, but then the money never going anywhere. And to be honest, in a devolved government, you know, we have a government of the UK, and then we have the devolved countries of Northern Ireland, Wales and Scotland. We felt that we wanted to, I suppose, use our opportunity in COP on the world stage as a subnational government to say, yeah, on paper this is not our responsibility and it's the UK government that's supposed to do these things, but we're tired of waiting for them to act, so we're going to do something and we're going to prove that it can be done. It comes back to my original point about the Climate Justice Fund, is that, you know, you use your opportunity to say you're going to do something, but then you use your influence in later years by being able to actually present the examples of what it's done. And we are able to now be in a position, 3 years on from COP, 4 years on from COP26 in Glasgow, to be able to present the lessons of the Loss and Damage Fund and how that's made a big difference to the lives of people in communities that have been affected by climate change events in Zambia, Malawi, Uganda, and Rwanda. And what we have done is we have decided to have more of a bottom-up approach. So, you know, we're a first world nation with the finances to be able to put programs in place. But the actions that happen in those programs come from the people who are telling us what they need. And they're actually running those programs. So the people who are running those programs are in those communities already. And it's a case of no questions asked. If someone said that they need to do this particular piece of building or restoring a particular building, yeah, fine, go ahead. And they're able to, they don't have to justify that. It's obvious that that's what that community needs. And so we turned our head, and rightly so, we've turned ahead and we've basically swapped over the power. So the power doesn't lie with the country that is pledging towards loss and damage, and why should it? You know, we don't know what people need. You know, so the power, we relinquish that, and we don't have a problem with that. Obviously, you said if there's a budget line, it doesn't exist. I think that the systems that are in place in the sort of developed countries often means that you know, accounting is more important than results. So we have sort of said, listen, as far as we're concerned, we trust the communities that we have relationships with in all these countries to be able to use the funds that we give and able to make a difference. And, well, it turns out we're right, because that's exactly what they do every month, every year, that Climate Justice Fund. And we try to prioritise giving those funds as well, not just in terms of like building back any kind of infrastructure, but also we have programmes in which we help give the funds to like, young leaders within their communities to participate in COP, to actually be part around the table, actually giving, you know, and being advocates for their communities. And you know, who knows, maybe future leaders of their countries, you know. So we're trying as much as possible to have a bottom-up approach. Communities say they need this, yeah, they're happy with that, and then we're able to use our influence with other countries and other subnational countries to be able to say, if you do similar this in a similar way to us, we'll start to see solutions and action coming forward, because let's face it, the current system isn't working, or else we wouldn't be in this situation.
Thank you so much. And I think it speaks to, you know, the different ways that climate finance can flow into communities, which unfortunately we have heard that for our communities, like BIPOC communities, less than 1%. So I wanted to turn into Andrea. Given that your place-based in Brazil, I wanted to ask specifically like how the Brazil climate movement bring together land, race, and sovereignty struggles as we look towards Berlin and COP30, and how can we see, right, like having people's representation and center, right, like not only representation, but center in the decisions of COP30.
Thank you. I was listening to you and just reminding that I was at COP26 in Glasgow, was my first time there. And I could say that COP26 was a turning point in terms of climate justice for activism in Brazil. Not just because we have a lot of marches and representation, but because we translated the book of Mary Robinson for Brazil, and also brought her to our hub in Brazil to have discussions and to strengthen this concept and the practice. So how does climate justice means to our reality? And she was one of our reference so far. And also everything you were saying about the Climate Justice Fund and the steps. So what are the legacies since then to COP30? And I just want to, I'm reminded because I like to think about the geography, the racial geography of COP30 at this moment. We are on a countdown, few days, few weeks, and what we see now, that there is no just one climate justice movement in Brazil. So in Brazil, we see indigenous movements, black movements, peripheral movements, favelas movements. So everybody trying to build an alliance in terms of political incidents for COP30 and after COP30. So what now it's at the game, it's the key message, and also what are the opportunities and barriers in terms of incidents. So in Brazil, we speak Portuguese, so language is one of our first barriers. Less than 1% of the population speaks fluently English. So this is one of the first challenge and barrier. We don't have translators to everybody, unfortunately. So how can we qualify our incidents if the first step and the first challenge is the language? This is one of the things to think about and to put on the table. And the second one, it's in terms of struggles and also racial geography and racial challenge. So we are seeing more people from favelas, quilombos, indigenous communities, peripheral areas, or cities outside Amazon. And so I'm from the Southeast, I'm from Rio, as I said. So to me, I'm here today, and we don't see many people from Amazon region in decision-make space or international space. And now we have an international space in Belém. So what does it mean in terms of real action and real legacy and incidents at COP? What we are trying to figure out and what we are consistently working with, it's in terms of capacity building for these movements. Because it's not just one movement, as I said, but it's like many thematic areas to face environmental racism, to face the lack of infrastructure, and to face different lacks and gaps in our territories. So to think about land, territory, and housing, it's one of the pillars of the climate justice needs and the climate justice movements. And last, what I want to say in terms of diversity of voices, not just at the negotiation, but at a conference like that, it's sometimes we have the space of the civil society, and we are there, we are leading discussions, we are bringing our voices and our lives and our experience, but sometimes it's not enough to qualify the political instance. So in terms of diversity of voice, what we are trying to do is qualifying people in terms of adaptation thematic areas, and there is there are two movements that I want to highlight in this panel. One is the Anti-Racist Network. It's a coalition of organizations that are trying to give a new meaning of adaptation. So we don't need just adaptation, we need an anti-racist adaptation for communities and quilombos and favelas. And the second one, it's about a Black Coalition for Rights, which is coalition of several organizations in Brazil, and they are also connected to COP30, and they are trying to influence more consistently the negotiations in terms of capacity building, in terms of different bodies and voices there, because this is what we believe, and this is what has been invisibilized for years and years in terms since the slavery. So now the story we are telling, it's the story of there is no climate justice without facing the environmental racism, and there is no climate justice without the plurality of voices. Where? At COP30 and beyond.
Thank you. And I think it's been very interesting to see how resilient society has taken ownership of the COP30, right? Like they feel and have done a lot of work in creating spaces. And it's quite interesting because we're not really in a place where the multilateral system can welcome that formally, right? Like through the years, I've been in so many sessions in which sometimes we're talking about indigenous people, and it's like, how do we center indigenous people? And then like the room, it's like the negotiators are in the center, and then all of the indigenous people are behind them. It's like, just give a seat, you know, like, so easy. But I think like in those spaces, right, like there is a movement in coalitions that we've been also working together, this call for establishing a People's Global Climate Assembly that would transform a multilateral system and making sure that whether there are participatory processes that sometimes, you know, like the technical and the political phase are separated, then that they could move into one, and then we have that we have power, decision-making power into those places that states love to remind us that is state-led. Or party-driven process is the actual term that they use. So in all of these sense, right, like that we've been hearing frontline communities today telling us about a lot of their struggles, but also a lot of the leadership that has been from all across the globe, right? I want to ask the whole panel to see what are your expectations for COP30 and how can we make sure or expected to deliver on climate justice. So I don't know where we want to start. Should we start with, let's start over there and then come all the way down.
Yeah, thanks for the question. I interacted with a couple of people who had met previously at COP, and they said this year they are not attending COP. And I asked why. They said they lost hope in COP. They don't see the direction COP is going. So I think we should, I had to call it reduce the talking, and then we do more of the action. I also believe in the bilateral agreements, like small-scale discussions that we use the COP platforms to have. I feel those ones are more effective than the bigger picture of COP. I'm not supposed to say this per my position. I serve as the vice chair of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, whose report informs a lot of the COP discussions. As a scientist, I feel pathetic the way the climate situation is, especially when it comes to the vulnerable communities. Yes, I'm equally disappointed in the COP discussions, but it's not supposed to be the one saying it on a platform like this. The situation of the climate change is real. And when you come from vulnerable community and you've seen it for yourself, and you have the opportunity to attend big platforms like COP, and you hear people in suit come up to talk nicely about what they want to do, especially for communities in such situations, and nothing seemed to be happening, and every year same group meet again, you will definitely be disappointed. You see, then you get out from, I get off my position, and I want to talk like a community which is in a vulnerable state when it comes to climate change. When you come to Ghana, we have 550-kilometer coastline, and all of that is taken over by the sea level rise. We have coastal erosion in most of our coastal communities in Ghana. Some communities are virtually completely gone, not virtually, actually completely gone. And the rate at which these communities are living or losing the land is pathetic. And then you ask, what can I do as a person? I don't have the money to save these communities. I can only talk. I can do the science and present the data out there. So whenever I get opportunity, I present these communities. That's just for the coastal areas because of sea level rise. Then we have the issues of droughts. Then we have issues of flooding. Then we have issues of pest infestation, new diseases showing up, and all of these things because of climate change. And these indigenous people or the local communities we've talked about, what they knew is these things used to happen once in a while. So many years, something strange will happen. But the frequency at which they are happening now, they don't have the adaptive capacity to withstand these issues happening to them. So some cannot afford 3 square meals. Some have lost their livelihoods, they're losing their properties, even lives are being lost because of climate change. For me, if we think about people like this, when we are having COP discussions, probably government who are supposed to support these vulnerable communities will probably do the action than the talking. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think just to support what my esteemed panelist Nana has mentioned about, having more action than just talk. For COP30, we would like to see that the actual elements of the ICJ advisory opinion be embedded and at least acknowledged and within the respective COP decisions. The ICJ opinion, or the ICJ has pronounced that, UNFCCC obligations as well as, say, human rights obligations as far as climate change or broad environmental international environmental law principles are legally binding. It's pronounced on unprecedented legal clarity as far as obligations with climate change is concerned, and we would like to see that translating those particular ambition and commitments into that being legally binding duties, and that being front and center as far as the commitment and obligations for which the global community will need to embrace, in ensuring that there's justice, especially for the most vulnerable. I think I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Very quick questions. How many of you, maybe or for sure, will be at COP30 in this room? Please raise your hands. Okay. So my expectation in terms of COP30, firstly, it's good to reinforce that it will be the Amazon Region COP, the Global South COP, and Latin American COP. So what does it mean? So in terms of, it's our COP if we believe that is our COP, so my first expectation is like, how can we strengthen the message around climate justice? So we will have Afro Descendants Day, and we are organizing Climate Justice Day. So how can we really take advantage of this kind of space for mobilizations and different kinds of incidents? This is my first expectation as a Brazilian Center for Climate Justice, as Andrea, and as a climate justice activist. But in terms of bigger and ambitions, how my colleagues here are putting on the table, which is highly important, but it's also challenging. It's how, in terms of results and after COP, because Belém right now is living so many infrastructure challenges for the city. So in fact, we don't have the real infrastructure for events like this. So once we are deciding and we are, okay, Brazil is able to receive, we will do this. So how can we do this in Belém, in the Amazon region, in a state as Pará? So no matter what happens in terms of infrastructure, COP will deliver the minimum of the results and what we want, what we demand. So equity, reparation, global climate reparation, new funds, and loss and damage discussion, addressing to the vulnerable population, marginalized population in countries as we are not seeing the last year. So this year we have the opportunity to do this in a global South territory.
First of all, I want to say that I hope that the COP in Berlin is going to be a very successful COP that is a turning point, because far too often we have seen COPs that have not achieved what they set out to do. So I really hope that this is a turning point. I think there's 4 things I would want to see, 4 things that I would say would be a marker of success. The first one is that we need to find a way to mobilize and scale up to the $1.3 trillion target for per year by 2035. As somebody who only went to COP for the first time last year in Baku, I have to choose my words carefully. No more pledges. Deployment of money, please. What is the point in pledges where it is not followed up by the deployment of actual funds? Secondly, I'm glad you agree. Secondly, we need scaled up community-led finance that puts that local decision power in the hands of the people who have got the solutions. And much going back to what I was saying about loss and damage and the climate justice funds from Scottish Government, there is a model there. There is a model there that the big economies could look to what is actually succeeding and what is actually making a difference. And it's time to trust the communities who know what they need. And so I think that would be another marker of success. The third one, and it leads on from this actually, I want to see the improvement on access to decision making, which comes back to your earlier point. Indigenous communities are on the front line of climate change and the impact of climate change. They have the solutions if you'd only let them, so let them round the table, please. And I think the fourth thing that I would say that is very important in this particular political climate of the year 2025 is a recommitment for climate action of every single member that comes to COP, every single party that is at COP, every single country to recommit to their net zero goals and say what they will do what they can in their own country to address climate change.
Thank you. And I think this connects to all of the panels that we have had today, right? Like we had Katie Chavez tell us earlier today that we want to build a table to bring Indigenous people, but we need to free prior and informed consent from Indigenous people to get the wood to build the table. So I thought that was a lovely way to put it. And I think, we do want pledges, but follow up with money. We definitely need finance at the Loss and Damage Fund. And we need to make sure that this COP, that is the Global South, is the Latin American COP, is also accessible to individuals to being able to come. We have seen over the years that these spaces keep getting more and more inaccessible to people. And on that point, I think like coming from a badly called Commonwealth, that is a subject that's often forgotten or invisibilized in these spaces. The territories are not represented by the colonizing powers that are at COP. So that is a specific area coming from Puerto Rico that is very important for us to make sure that we create spaces that allow frontline communities that are not gatekept by these other categories that we didn't selected. So with that, I want to thank all of you for being here. So give a round of applause to our panelists. As we close for the day, I want to make sure that we recognize both our co-sponsors that have been said before, but as well as staff and volunteers who have been working a lot since yesterday to make sure that we have a lovely event. We have Lil, we have Haley, we have Makina, we have Talita, and so many more. We had a slide before, but it's lost. But please, but please make sure that if you see a friendly face that helps you together, please say thank you, and let's give them a round of applause. And for the last closing word, I'll give it to Felicia.
Just a closing word, but I want to recognize there's a few people in the world that could fire me, or at least they think they could. One of my board members is here in the corner attached to her machine, but Dr. Frances Roberts Gregory is an HBCU Green Fund board member. We are very much committed to succession as long as next gen knows how to take care of this gen, but just honest. So now the photo. But thank you all for coming. Thank you all for the work you're going to do and that you're already doing. So resistance is joy and joy is resistance. Okay, we're going to take a picture first. Yes, and then we're going to have all of you crowd up here. Don't step on the service animal.